I don't know if it's time to start coming out with this stuff, but it kind of is functioning in the midst of things. And I had this lingering awareness about it the other day, and I just kind of kept it to myself, and I thought maybe I'll get to the point of addressing this when I start writing through stuff. But it just seems like there's such a pace of things happening that I just have to attempt to just kind of come out with it. So in the spirit of trying to be honest and truthful and responsive to things, that's why I'm testing the waters and just trying to come out with it, right? So I am going to put this within the category of the short series Observed Within the World Atheist Debate. And my reasoning for that, I mean, it could actually go into a lot of these other systemic approaches, these themes and these concerns and these negotiations that I'm just trying to keep the pace of. This might be a bizarre one. I don't know if I'm overstepping my boundaries. I'm not doing too careful of, I guess, looking into what am I able to say or not say. But I am going to attempt to be careful with what I say. You'll just have to understand that telling the story simplified and protective measures, and simply because it just seems necessary to do in light of these animated systemic battles, right? Hopefully I'll get there. I mean, the main point starting in on this is this question of the other side of improper systemic animations, and not just the political aspect that we see as tangible negotiating on paper. I mean, it involves some of that, but it's not just that. And it's not just looking at war and conflict and the eruption of violence and hostilities. It involves that, but it's not just that. It's this other topic that's really difficult to pinpoint and understand and document, and is actually what seems to be one of the main power sources involved in these systemic dominance corrupted schemes. And it has to do with, let's see, how do we say this, or it has involvement in what we call like the feminine psyche, right? And I'm cautious in saying that because I don't want generalizations, because I'm very much pro-feminine. When we do spiritual work, there's a feminine attribute and aspect to it. But also, one of our greatest oppositions is an improper, wounded feminine psyche. And the improper, wounded feminine psyche can be involved within a male or a female. And it's difficult for me to approach this because I've done so much preliminary work to not be among or to caution myself from being among hyper superstition or demonization or generalizations or religiosity or, things of those sorts. But if I were really honest, and, maybe I just also need to just say a quick prayer about this, because I want to ensure that I'm not just being reactionary or overstepping my boundaries. One of the main indicators in what I'm starting to realize in the influence of my life is to be a part of this other type of healing, right? And it's so easy to exploit and manipulate these portions of things, that it really is going to have to be like God and God's Holy Spirit meets us there, right? So I'm just going to quickly pray about it. I want to make sure that I'm in the right spirit, and so I'm kind of guided by that spiritual conviction. So anyway, let's just kind of just do a quick prayer, and then I'll try to be brave and just talk about this. My tendency in wanting to not talk about this is because I'm not trying to get involved in some of this stuff. But here we are, and there's such an effect on people's lives. The world is in a lot of turmoil, and so I have to just learn to speak more from my heart, right? So I also want to explain too, like lately, why I've been using the word when I pray and I say, Holy God. is because in some of the work that we do, we also see that what is becoming more and more apparent in this domain of religious discussion is that a lot of even the references of God at times appeal to world dominions. World dominions will appeal to themselves as types of gods and whatnot, but they're world dominion gods. And when we speak on those, because there's just a lot of stuff surfacing all over the place. And so I'm just trying to differentiate. Like I said, I'm not trying to be hyper superstitious or over spiritualizing, but at some level, we're trying to differentiate and speak into what is true, right? We're seeing a lot of animations and things happening. And so I clarify when I say holy God, because it just, also people will have their different opinions as to like, should you pray in the name of Jesus and this, that, and the other. I could also see a reasoning for when people say that, because when you approach the idea of Jesus, what you're talking about is you're calling into question that which gives a template for a new kingdom. And so the very embodiment of the whole practice of Jesus, within it at least, has aspects of this new kingdom, this new dominion, a new place. And so when you're calling upon that, appealing to Jesus, you're saying within and from this kingdom through the recognition of Christ, right? So there is something to that. But also it says, also in scripture, like if you believe in this renewed revelation of Jesus, then you're saved. Or there, I'm not right now trying to get into this whole like Christian theology and stuff like that, but there is this aspect of which when you believe in what that is from that place, then you're in this connection to God, right? So one of the things that Jesus says in his template, the Lord's Prayer, where many are familiar with the Lord's Prayer, is it's something to the effect of, he says to pray like this, and he says, "Our God in heaven, holy is your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread," et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then it kind of goes through the whole prayer, and then basically kind of like release us from, like help us to be released. I'm interpreting it in a different way. There's a lot of interpretive work that I would do if I was teaching about the Lord's Prayer. My basic point here, though, is you don't see that Jesus compulsively says, say Jesus this, say Jesus that, and da-da-da-da-da. I'm not against the idea of appealing to Jesus. When you really understand the revelation of Jesus, there's so many beautiful things to it. But among it, what it says is to draw from that holy place of God. Our Father in heaven, holy is your name. So I say, holy God. Holy God. That's kind of my reasoning behind that. Just differentiating. Holy God, our creator. Are these truths? Yes, these are truths. God is holy in holiness. He's not in a dominion to overpower us or to corrupt us. He's a holy God. Holy God, and he's our creator. He is the source by which we live, our creator. And so as we go into these conversations, and I thought I would lead up to this later, but it's just something surfacing, and so I'm just going to try to reference it. It can be very complicated, and so I'm going to just say a little prayer about this. I know that there have been references and signals online of the Game of Thrones movie. Other people within that have their interpretations, so I'm also going to pray that we be released from some of those things, because even I had been involved in it. My intention in involving these references and stories was to ultimately portray how the character at the end, Jon Snow, destroys or is a part of helping to destroy the throne. And so that was the basic point in what I, like the Game of Thrones. The basic point that I was making was culminating in the destruction of the throne, so that there wouldn't be these perpetual games of like the throne or battles for the throne. But in doing that, I feel like even though I had good intentions, people just continue to draw upon improper forces connected to those types of understanding, and they keep perpetuating different types of force or sides, and it just becomes an improper division. And so I think I'm going to draw that into prayer too, because people are appealing to destructive aspects of it. So anyway, let's just do a quick prayer. Let's try to get into the right spirit of things and then talk about this. Okay, so Holy God, we just pray for your guidance in your Holy Spirit through this conversation. Just surrendering us from improper connections, whether it be to these Game of Thrones theatrics that have developed online and become misconstrued. And we just pray for your Holy Spirit to guide us into how to understand all these conundrums, these entanglements, whether it be through the involvement on social media that are instigating various nations and towns and framing destructive narratives over people's lives and drawing them within what I perceive as certain systemic death traps and certain systemic forces and confusion and division to basically improperly infiltrate our otherwise potentials for mutuality and reconciliation. And rather than allowing this, they've, through whether it be the entertainment industry, through the other types of investment industries, through the geopolitical foreign policy, security measures or apparatuses or what have you, have just functioned in what is attributed to very destructive forces that are anti to the way of God and anti to the Spirit, the Holy Spirit of God. So we just pray for your guidance and direction in this, even though we have to navigate through what appears to be Christian rhetoric or Israel rhetoric or Islamic rhetoric or other cultural rhetoric or justifications or deception or manipulation, and just pray for your guidance and discernment through this. We're all human here, and we are seeking to draw upon that which can help to relieve us from these distortions. And so just guide me in the right spirit as I talk about these things and seek clarification to kind of pierce through the deceptions and exploitative measures and destructive measures. Help me not to just get drawn into my own animosities or other things, but just guide me through how I should talk about this. I had this on my spirit and in my heart a few days, and I just had been ignoring it. And so if this is the time for me to talk about this, then help me to do so. And anyway, just kind of give all these things over to God and your holiness and your way and your life, and help there to be redemption through these destructive times. And we just ask that you would take these destructive measures that have been imposed on so many people's lives, and these destructive measures that have been deceptively imposed upon communities and villages and cities and towns and nations. And we just pray for your guidance through this and help us with this deliverance. Anyway, so let's just kind of talk about this. And so I'm putting this in this section of the atheist aspect of things simply because a lot of stuff started to culminate into this whole world dominion. And it had become apparent that even in studying scripture, that the way that the world dominion was functioning, even in relation to Israel and whatnot, was not in the attributes of the Spirit of God. I mean, internally there could be portions of God and where God was working and what God was doing, but in the height of dominion, it was not functioning in the Spirit or the methods of God. And there was a lot of rhetoric justifying these measures and whatnot. We can go back and forth as to all the different types of measures that are argued over and debated over. There became grounds within the atheist movement, as I was saying, for the battleground for the moral argument. And so when I was being brought into this stage where I was critiquing Sam Harris, the world atheist, world connected, world atheist, I started reading and studying on a lot of his approach to things. And I did tend to think that if he and I ever just kind of like hashed it out and had a continuous like conversation to just try to figure out what it was, I I had thought that there could be room possibly to reconcile our beliefs, because there were areas, like I said, where I agreed with what his critique against religion was, and then there were areas where I was still seeking to preserve the spirit by which it is true, and there's truth in it, and there's something to be reclaimed and redeemed, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it just kept seeming like those doors would be shut and it wouldn't work out. And in the midst of it, though, I saw this conviction to kind of study some of his approach and become familiar with it. And so I did. And so I entered into that stage where I studied his book, The Moral Landscape. Some of the reasoning behind this was that, and I think I'm going to talk about this. Maybe I'll talk about it. Maybe I should flip over and kind of reference. So what happened along this path is that I was pretty much aware that various contributors, he had spent a lot of time bringing a lot of different religious contributors into the debate arena. And whether it be rabbis or Christian pastors, evangelicals, or a variety of different ones, or like Islamic scholars. And there was a growing platform for this type of religious and non-religious debate. Over time, it felt like this strange occurrence that started to happen. So I talked about how at the end of 2010, prior to that, I had this awareness that something strange was going to happen in my life. I knew what that feeling was like because that's what I had had years prior, before we were moved across the country and our whole life was kind of upended and all of this stuff happened. And then I entered into these spiritual occurrences and my life just started to unfold in this strange kind of way. So I had known what it would feel like when I was kind of sensing some stuff happening. And I started to, like, in between when we returned, and I was kind of in between and wondering what the next thing was that God had for our lives and what was happening in my life. I just had this awareness that it's a whole side story, that something was going to happen that would be like something profound and pretty massive would happen, and I had this sense accompanying it that it would be beyond what at that point I could really like comprehend. And so I'm thinking, like, I had this just kind of bubbling up in my spirit, like, what is this next season of my life going to be? And so I just kind of went with wherever, I just decided, okay, so in the meantime, I kind of also felt like I had this sense of just kind of like release it a little bit and just kind of go into the next thing. And so like kind of just wait. So I was like kind of in between. So then we moved, and then we kind of resituated our lives, and I was kind of in between things. Anyway, so then what happened was, there's a lot of different moving parts here, but just to kind of go, I have a lot of ground that I'm thinking that I'm going to try to cover here. And so I'm really going to simplify so many things. Basically then, I happen to be situated in this new place, various circumstances happening. All of this stuff happens in the midst of so many other things happening, and I just keep trying to keep the pace of it, right? And so things kind of explode into like, I started getting involved, following some groups online. And at this time, I'm pretty reserved about it. I mean, I have like my regular life and my shared social media, and I'm not really too crazed about it or anything. And then I'd have other separate websites that I'd follow and comment on and whatnot. But then at this point, one of the people that I was following, it was Rob Bell. I mean, maybe I need to be just a little bit more transparent here. I'd spent so many years saying things in veiled form and not trying to put names on it because I, in the past, hadn't wondered. Everything seemed to be functionally selectively doxing people, and so I was trying not to bring names out and stuff like that. But now the tides are really turning, and there's just such a strangeness to where there's just a need for clarity, right? Things that people can say, okay, who's this person? Where do we attach to their work? And how do we gauge the contributions that they are as a person and whatnot? I'm not saying that all these people I'm making reference to, that I know that they know who I am or that I had deep contact with them. What I'm saying is, from my point of view, I saw things develop online in certain signaling between different writers through comments and other things. Not that anybody had intimate relations with anybody or anything like that, but there was an awareness, a very much known awareness starting to grow online of different ones trying to figure this stuff out. And it started to just grow exponentially in what I try to describe as this like massive world social media network of things happening. So at this time, I'm just kind of tiptoeing into stuff. I'm having little side conversations once in a while, trading ideas, just like a lot of people do now, right? On different areas, you have conversation about beliefs and whatnot. That's all I'm kind of doing at this point, but I'm growing this deep interest to defend things that I'm starting to believe or wonder about and stuff like that. I'm a part of this group growing that is just aware that things are shifting and changing and trying to stay within step to the integrity of what these new revelations and more refined beliefs of the gospel message in relation to nations in the world should be like or seem like and whatnot. At this time, I'm very much aware that God is growing in me this strong understanding that things are very much world connected and global network and interconnected, and I'm just feeling that in my being, right? To where I'm starting to use that language like global, world, this and that. Some people would kind of think, in retrospect, I would think like, I think people thought I was like, oh, you really think this is going like that far reaching and this and that. And I just start using that language, right? Not really thinking too much of it. Not really, it's just something bubbling up in just these connections. So anyway, during these like certain period of my life, I end up getting involved in these conversations online. So what actually intersects there and where it starts is that Rob Bell, of whom he was a pastor at the time. I haven't kept up with him in the last few years because he was kind of a starting point, but then I just got drawn into so many other things. And so I haven't been in touch following a lot of these initial groups that I was a part of. But initially when it first started, it kind of started with Rob Bell, a pastor at the time, who was kind of on the front lines of leading these different growing beliefs and whatnot, or this shift taking place among various others. And I had watched his videos. I had read multiple books that he had written, and I had listened to some of his sermons online, and I was really just kind of tracking with where he was going. And he then, on one of his podcasts, he has this visitor come visit in the States, and it's Peter Rollins. And I end up watching them, and just something within me is like, I'm totally resonating with this, right? Something within me is like, I'm really resonating with Peter Rollins' message and his connection with Rob Bell, and they really have this good vibe going on. And so then I start following Peter Rollins on Facebook, and then I think I started Twitter because I start realizing at the time when I initially had my Facebook years back, Facebook was like where we share family stuff and whatnot. And I had realized it's not really the place for like rigorous debate and whatnot. I mean, maybe in some ways, but at the time I was trying to keep these worlds separate because I would get really into it because it was such an interest of mine. And so I started following him on Facebook and then Twitter. I started then getting involved in, I really need to fast forward through this because there's a lot to cover. Anyway, I started getting involved in conversations that he's having, and then on Twitter, then his network connects to Rob Bell's network, and then there's all these different ones that it could easily snowball. We know that now in retrospect when we look at social media, right? I mean, there were even revolutions started through initially like Twitter and whatnot. And so I'm starting to follow him, and then he also has these connections with wanting to encourage people to get more politically involved and socially involved. And so when I initially start hearing some of his contribution, I, just like I do with a lot of other contributors, I start ordering some of their books and reading some of their content. And so that's what I do. And then since I was aware of his name, then I searched up some stuff online, and I just started connecting to his network and his movement that was similar to some of these other movements going on. And there's a lot more I could say about stuff, and maybe there's another time for it, but I'm actually trying to get to some other things. But anyway, it grows, right? The move, like the connections in his network with Rob Bell's network, and then getting involved in the intensity of these conversations through Twitter start to develop. And I think in retrospect, maybe something that happened with this stage of Peter Rollins was I had liked Rob Bell's approach, and there's so much I appreciate about Rob Bell, but he's very diplomatic. I mean, I have that side too, and I really like that about him. But one thing that was happening in the States with this movement was that a lot of the men in the emerging church movement, because they were trying to resist the excessiveness of Christian nationalism that had occurred with like the Iraq War and some of the anti-Muslim sentiment and racialized sentiment and some of what had seemed to a lot of people as extremist Christian rhetoric on the extreme right. A lot of the resistance to these emerging movements that were maybe a little more centered or more left-leaning was that they would degrade them. They would say they're too feminized, they're soy boys or latte sipping, what the rhetoric, right, where it kind of developed into that stuff. And so even though there was just a lot of good things emerging from these movements, supporting various ones in their lives and developments and people groups and diversity and stuff like that, it was maybe needing to be stirred up a little bit and have some rigorous debate approaches maybe with what had become kind of like the extremist religious right. I say extremist because there's also some within the right that are not extreme, and maybe I'll get to clarifying that, because there ends up becoming these things to unravel. I'm not sure if I'll get to that in this recording. Like I said, this is a short series that I'm titling this, because this is where it kind of all starts to develop, right? The confusing aspect of entangling this stuff. But anyway, Peter Rollins then starts to represent somebody that kind of has a little fight to him. He's kind of rough around the edges. He seems able to debate among some of the atheists in the Democratic Party. He's kind of funny about it, and his approach just connects with some of where I was at the time. And so I end up participating in some of his courses that he has. I'm not up to speed on what he's doing lately. And so I can't really speak on any of that. I don't know if he's been a part of some other things that I'm not aware. I'm just speaking of when this first started happening around 2010, like the end of 2010, and maybe like several years after that. And so anyway, I appreciated his approach. I started being involved in some of the discussions through blog posts and postings, and then connecting in the network. I then started connecting with some of his friends and different ones. There's a whole story that could potentially be explained through that, but it's not necessary to go into for now. So then I start to connect with these various ones, and the network just keeps growing. And all of the other contributors that seem to be a part of his growing group, whether it be his connections in Ireland or London or some of these other areas, he then went on to do some debates in with the atheist groups in Australia, I believe it was, in Sydney. And so the network grows. I'm reading all these other contributors in these books, and then the overlap of philosophers starts growing. Different ones are having these debates, and I'm following them, right? I was very much engrossed in that at the time. If people wondered where I had gone or what I was up to, I was literally following hours and hours of content, scholarly content, debate material, writing my own, also raising my kids. But that was like a huge portion of my life. So being self-taught, reading numerous pages of things and whatnot. And so eventually what that leads into. So initially when it first started, I thought, well, I'll just be a part of this like emerging religious movement because it seems to be my people, or some of the aspect of my approach and how I'm approaching these things. It kind of takes a weird turn, and then eventually this is where I was saying I find myself right in the middle of this like atheist movement, and every time I try to connect with these other like the religious debate contributors and writers and whatnot, it's just blocked. I just can't seem to get there. Something doesn't work out. And I start to think, okay, I recognize this, God, because I know when it's time for something, you open the doors and things happen and there's a breakthrough, or what have you. But there's all of these things. There's all these trip lines. There's all this entanglement and there's these blockages. And so what gives? So I'd spend time thinking about it and praying about it and thinking, all right, God, what gives? Like, this is not working out. It seems like a straight line between something reasonable and these connections. And no matter what, it's like even little stuff would happen. Either the car wouldn't work or I would try to do something else. So anyway, long story short, I start really recognizing the way I'm being directed. I make this comparison, and I don't know if I'm not a gamer these days. I was a gamer. I wasn't even a gamer back in the day. I'd play once in a while in like high school and stuff. So I don't know if this reference is like so outdated, but anyway, it's like a reference that I make because it kind of gives that imagery where back in those old like Mario Kart where you do like the race car stuff, it used to be that if you get too crazy and like you turn around and you're going the wrong direction, eventually like you can go for a little ways and then eventually there's this character that's like telling you like wrong way, like turn around, and then you have to like kind of like turn around. It kind of felt like that. It felt like everything I was trying to do was just like not quite working. And then the only direction where life would kind of direct me was right into this like atheist thing going on, to the point where I would try to negotiate. And initially I looked at them as opponents, right? Like my enemies, my opponents. And in some ways, yeah, that, probably the case, because I was talking about system reform and they were not always on the same page of that. But then I started to realize there were certain connections, right? There were certain connections in ways where there was a little bit of overlap in ideas and coming to terms with things, to the point where something I noticed when I started kind of debating with them was this uprising. So this is where I'm trying to get to some of this other stuff. I'm fast forwarding through a lot. I started to recognize that, okay, I need to focus on this atheist thing, even though I'm trying to do all this other stuff. And so then what becomes interesting as I'm dropped into this scenario is what I start to realize over time is like, oh, this isn't just like pure atheist content. There's something different about some of these atheist movements. There's actually something kind of connected to their own spiritual practices going on. And at the time, I didn't realize that they were also involved in, he eventually writes this book talking about spirituality. He does like meditative practices. He had a past where he was seeking for spiritual direction, and he ventured into, I think he went to Israel. He had other kind of experiences. He visited some gurus. He went on meditation retreats and stuff like that. And he had just kind of stumbled upon, to his, comfort or reasoning, these practices of meditation and mindfulness, and working with these other gurus and whatnot. And also these practices within the world, negotiating the battleground of the world system, I guess you would say. There was a lot of things, though, as I went into these practices where, maybe I need to preface this a little bit more. How did it develop into that? there was a time where, in between, prior to simply just mostly focusing on what's going on with this atheist stuff, because prior to that, I was reading a lot of content from the other contributors, and I was hoping to connect with them, as I said, and then it just didn't work out. And I just kept feeling redirected to study some of this material and these approaches of these atheist contributors. Coinciding with this, because it started to grow online, was this other connection associated with the audience, I guess, some of the audience of these atheist contributors. And it seemed to coincide with influencers and public commentators in the states that are involved in following political commentary, political advocacy, and these types of involvements, which that makes sense, to some degree. A lot of these contributors are negotiating on behalf of public policy and foreign policy and various beliefs and whatnot. I start to find then that initially, even though I didn't consider myself like a hostile contributor or hostile to some of these movements. I mean, if anything, I would have categorized myself at that time as being very much in the Democrat Party and opposing some of the extremist religious right. And that was also fitting with what the atheists and their audience was doing in the Democratic Party, and also this like Christian movement that, for the most part was also resisting that as well. And it just seemed like, okay, that makes sense. That's how I need to approach this. And then before I know it, I realize, okay, I'm in this Democrat movement domain. I very much still had felt like a lot of major issues were happening in the like extremist right. And then things start to take a weird turn. So this is the part where I'm going to try to figure out if I can articulate some of this in a simplified form without having to take like 20 years to say this. It might be layer upon layer that I have to attempt to. I don't know. We'll try. Once I start realizing, like I'm in this domain focusing on the atheists, and they seem to recognize that I'm not like a hostile extremist. Like I'm not like their opposition in the opposing political party. And I'm not simply just trying to defend Christianity as some type of like loyalist without really thinking it through. We start having banter I wouldn't say back and forth as though there was like some secret DM messages or anything like that. Everything was just kind of like signaled. They would post something, others would post something. It would kind of be in response to at a distance, right? No crazy stuff really going on there. Although I did start to feel like, and I don't know who was involved with this because it started to snowball. It started to snowball with involvement with various characters. So with Peter Rollins, he kind of leads these courses and classes, and he was trying to encourage people to be involved publicly with certain things. And so at some level, I can't remember if it was through connections with him or whatnot, or also just suggestions I was getting. But he and I started to have funny exchanges, and it started to seem to grow a crowd. And so next thing I know, somehow or another, I wasn't really involved with like political pundits at the time, but it started to both be suggestions and different ones that were being connected with. And so I started to follow Stephen Colbert, Jon Stewart, Bill Maher. Also, I started to do that because I was growing my, because Peter Rollins was really trying to encourage young people to get involved in understanding about the ins and outs of things going on within, like geopolitical connections and documentaries and stuff like that. And so, I also it just started growing by leaps and bounds. I was watching various documentaries, even like Michael Moore. I started following Michael Moore. And if you're familiar with his content, then you know, like, some of his, like, influences and discussions on geopolitical stuff. And just various others that I started following. It started to become this sense where people would seemingly signal different stuff going on, to where as we were watching each other's shows and content, there'd be these little hints of involvement and stuff like that. I'm not really sure, because I can't really gauge how it seemed to, I don't know how expansive some of this silliness was, but our interactions seemed to start growing, because we had this like silly side thing that we were joking about, but in the midst of it, there was actually some core content of what we were getting at. It wasn't just like fun and games. It was just a silly way by which we were talking about stuff, and so it just seemed to kind of grow this network. I started to recognize that it seemed that some celebrities on social media were picking up on it and making reference to being connected to it. There was even a time way back when that like some singers, I think even like maybe I think at some level, like Kanye, and Kim Kardashian and her sisters, and Adele, and eventually like Taylor Swift, and what's that other, the actor that's in Hunger Games? I forget her name right off the top of my head. And just this whole network, it seemed like Bieber and some of them, and just a lot of the like popularized known names, because it just kept being like referenced in like, I mean, I do feel weird kind of saying that, because then people will say, if you're going to start saying these things, then at that level, then we don't really, I can't gauge it. Or it could be that there was just a coincidental timing of references being made. Maybe I shouldn't have said that part, because now I feel like people are going to like check out and not really believe the rest that I'm saying. Anyway, you could take it or leave it. I don't really know. I'm not banking my whole argument on whether the grown interaction of it attracted these various ones or not. But if you follow the timeline back in the day of interactions growing, there were references where people seemed to be showing support at a distance of things going on. So if you'll even notice, like, Ye and their Kardashians then started to make these various connections and stuff with religion, and there were connections between Peter Rollins, like, it started out with various ones supporting religion, and then it started to become challenging various groups within the religious argument and not agreeing with their take. And so there was all these different things happening. Anyway, back to the other point here. So as I'm focusing, though, in the midst of this strange little network of things kind of growing on social media, let's see, I find myself getting a little bit friendly with the atheists, surprisingly, but there's tons that I don't agree with. But the reason where we kind of got entangled in this strange thing was because when it started to develop and surface, so Sam Harris is Jewish. He's an atheist, but he does share that, like, he has some Jewish background. And I didn't know at the time, so I guess other people that were following, like Christopher Hitchens, he says some pretty spicy things. he'd even critique some of the women and some of their movements, and I just wasn't at the time familiar with all of his stuff and his approach, but he does have some interesting contributions and whatnot. And so there seemed to be somewhat of an awareness of the influence of these characters and various ones that would kind of monitor the direction or keep watch on the direction of where they were going with things. And there seemed to be this this growing awareness on these main political pundit panels where they were kind of watching the direction of the influence of these atheists and whatnot. At the time then, and I forget exactly how it happens, it kind of develops that as I'm engaging in these back and forth discussions, then Sarah Silverman, the comedian actress, somehow gets involved in this stuff going on online. And at the time, she's a regular on Bill Maher's show, I think, and connected with various ones. And at the time, I'm thinking that she's connected with Sam Harris or follows his content and kind of gauges where this, because I didn't know at the time, like all of this atheist movement at the time was new to me. And so I didn't know that Christopher Hitchens had said something about like the grown influence of like female comedians. And so it seems that he's, kind of recognizing this growing influence of the industry and whatnot. And so I'm noticing at the time this strange development occurs with like Sarah Silverman. I'll have to spend some time thinking how it develops, but among all of the strange things that happen, I recognize that she's kind of following in the network, right? I think what she notices is that I don't know how much I should go into this story here. I think she starts to notice that a lot of these guys are getting involved in these conversations, and the conversations are becoming a little bit diplomatic. There's kind of some jokes to them. And so then I'm surprised that her response... So let me preface this a little bit with something else. Several years earlier, when I was on this learning curve of religion, I was taking the approach of being pretty diplomatic between different religions and whatnot. And at the time, I'd be categorized as being very much open to negotiating with Judaism and Islam. Well, at the time, I didn't really know. I wasn't quite on the radar yet with Islam. I was trying to negotiate between Christianity and Judaism. And I felt like I was making strides to be very responsive and respectful and supportive of these negotiations. And that was my intent. I didn't have anything in my background to think that I would do anything different. And I was even trying to be diplomatic and saying, well, this is kind of comparable to Native people needing to understand a more healed version of Christianity. And so I was making those common connections, right? So at the time, I didn't have some hostile agenda or anything like that. I just wanted to reconcile things properly. I previously, though, had followed the character, and I forget his name, but he ended up publishing this book, but it started out as a blog, and I followed him, and I don't even remember exactly how I came across his stuff. Maybe it was just because I had been involved in religion and stuff. Somehow or another, I came across this project that he was doing. Maybe I heard it on the radio or something. But it was the project he was doing where because I had said those years of a lot of us involved in this, we understood the climate growing of these conflicts of religion, and there were these conflicts of recognizing that a lot of the warfare in the world was connected to this Christian, Jewish, Islam divide, right? So we were all very much aware of that, and so there were people trying to step into the city square and have these conversations and be cordial about it. And so I do remember following him several years earlier. I mean, I think it was several. I don't know. These days, like the years just keep kind of going forward so rapidly. It seemed like it was several years prior, though. I had followed his blog project where it was something to the effect of like an ignoramus reads the Bible. And so I was with him as he did that project where he admitted that he was Jewish, I think practicing Jewish or cultural Jewish, but he had never actually read it. He didn't really know the teachings himself. And so he was just reading from Genesis. He was going to read from Genesis all the way through the Hebrew text. As he was going through it, it was pretty interesting, and I found it interesting, and so I was following along. And he was kind of admitting that eventually when he'd make commentary where he'd be like, oh, is this what they make reference to Jesus, like in Isaiah and other stuff? Then he would get this pushback. Of course, like the trip lines of religious animosity. And so, I mean, I started to see the development of these tensions, right? So it wasn't as though I was ignorant to the tensions of like this animated tension between Judaism and Christianity. I was starting to see little bits of it. But I had also seen some similarities of that within our cultural tensions as well, because we've had a difficult approach as Native people to Christianity as well. So it still wasn't quite like a deal breaker. I still was on this trek to like want to reconcile these things. But I was very much aware though of that type of occurrence, right? And so I started to notice some of that take place. But it did feel very palpable. Like it felt very, like when you do come across those types of trip lines where you're just, you don't have an agenda, you're just trying to have a regular conversation, and then this like haunted animated impulse rises up, and there's such an anger attached to it. It is off-putting. It is kind of like, whoa, what's happening here, And so I did recognize a little bit of that possibly occurring, but I just kept trying to get ahead of it because I kept thinking like, if we can just get to a place where we can have these conversations, right? And I'd start to notice that happening more and more, where you would find people that were willing to have these conversations, but then they would get attacked by, maybe people in their own communities and different ones. And it would just rise up these tensions. And then it made me recall those times when, like when the movie The Passion of the Christ came out, and it was this huge upheaval with the Jewish and Christian communities. And it was this like major offense that was just surfacing about the Passion of the Christ and this whole long thing. And so then it was kind of surfacing this animosity with these subjects, and then that's when I kind of stumbled on much later actually. So I'm just saying I wasn't totally ignorant to the potential of these things to surface within conversations of religion, and so I was very much aware of that, but I was also very much curious about it and still wanting to try to reconcile these things. And I was kind of caught between a lot of these tensions because just because there was nowhere else to go except that we either just, remain in these divisive, haunted entanglements, or, we have some kind of breakthrough and we seek what the truth is, or we can't just adhere to whatever the tension of the times is. That is a response to the tension and not really a response to what's true or a breakthrough. So just all these different things, right? Anyway, so I find myself then skip forward, like in this situation where I'm kind of getting friendly and having these discussions with these atheists, or not, like at a distance, this is back and forth information trade going on. And then I recognize somehow or another, like Sarah Silverman kind of gets involved in seeming to recognize this connection. And she starts to kind of carry with her this sense of like, what I felt at the time seemed a little hostile, seemed a little bit of one that was making reference to what seemed kind of hostile. Kind of like what it seemed at the time was like, I kind of have my eye on this conversation. And when I would make reference to something and attempt dialogue in reference to one of Sam Harris's challenges, she at one point posted something that seemed like a veiled threat. And so I remember thinking at the time, okay, this thing is snowballing. It's kind of fun, but now it's reached the point of those in the industry that really keep an eye on these conversations, kind of guard what they think about it. And so it seemed like at that time it had ignited potential hostility for this to kind of go in a different direction. And so I then start kind of looking up, like, what is she like, because once things start getting ignited into a hostile sense of when certain types of women get involved, it can become fueled in all these different directions. And that's what it kind of seemed like, I guess, to put it lightly. And it did feel like she was kind of zeroing in and centered on me and kind of letting me know that she sees it. And there was a little bit of a FU type approach to it. And I remember thinking, like, what was she even offended about? So I was like looking over my stuff, and it seemed like it was just because I was trying to make reference to negotiating the Old Testament or like the Hebrew text. And at the time, I didn't feel like there was anything offensive about it. It was very diplomatic. And I remember thinking, like, it was almost just like a fear tactic to like not even go there. And at the time, there was no reason to think that I was hostile or not diplomatic. And it kind of just seemed like anything that had any kind of approach to a Christian influence, even if not non-hostile, she was reacting to. And so it seemed like something else that was like this animated tension. So then it kind of led me into thinking, what is she like? And so I looked up some stuff, and she actually kind of was like, her approach to Christianity was kind of hostile. And since then, when this started to increase, a lot of stuff eventually got scrubbed offline, because she was saying that eventually when these things kind of started to develop, then it kind of ignited things into, as things were growing online, some other, it became peculiar. It started to grow online, and then let's see, how do I kind of go through this? I'm thinking this is going to take so long to explain, but because I need to get through it to where I'm not like scapegoating her and saying it's just her. I'm trying to explain the complex involvement of stuff. It kind of like triggered her, and then it got into this stuff, and then it seemed to threaten the ability for a useful conversation to go forward. And so the atheist groups started to signal support, and it seemed like even Hitchens at the time, before he passed away, was kind of signaling support for writing and saying what you need to say. And it seemed like Dawkins and Dennett and Sam Harris did as well. And that was the part where I started to kind of second guess, just looking at them as like straightforward enemies, where they were saying, they were kind of advocating for, like, we need to have these conversations. We have to be brave enough to have these conversations. Like, we can't shut them down, that kind of thing. And then it seemed to create agreement with some different ones, like other groups. some of the Christian groups. And they were kind of saying, yeah, we need to have these conversations. So they were coming out to show like some protective measure. Something that kind of surfaced within this was, in the midst of that, like some of the response that came out was, she was intensifying this like feminist movement. And so instead of going into like, okay, let's further and let's like deepen this discussion, her response started to be that she was kind of acting like silly about it, and then doing these like politicized feminist type I guess you would say kind of like sexualized posts and stuff. And so at the time, I still wasn't too familiar with her content. I just felt like I needed to know enough because it had felt palpable that she zeroed in on me, and it was a little bit like a veiled threat. But then when some of the different ones trying to defend the ability for conversation online kind of gave a little pushback, then she would turn into kind of like a sexualized version of political activist content. And then a lot of like pro-feminist stuff started to develop. And so then that's when I'm like, oh man, this is like, what is this turning into, right? So then as I was so it kind of put me in a weird situation where I was noticing things develop beyond, like my life, in my personal life, was kind of developing in an upheaval where I also just kind of needed to get away for a while because I was trying to relay online. So it was difficult to have conversations online because people didn't always know. There wasn't, initially when this first started, there wasn't a way to say, hey, there's this thing online. Because it was just kind of like you had to watch the patterns of how it developed to even kind of understand like who was responding to what, who was part of the network. And then in some ways you didn't even have to do that. Your content could just kind of stand alone. But since I was seeing it develop into all this stuff and I was getting drawn into stuff, and I was thinking, I was thinking, okay, it's not like there needs to be a proper way to introduce these ideas within certain communities so that it's not improperly embroiling different ones. Like I didn't want to, like I felt like initially had I had what I had thought would be helpful, I thought, okay, we need to switch this into private conversation so we're not hashing stuff out across a lot of communities that people don't always know the context. Because I felt like these were very careful negotiations that had to take place. And that actually was what seemed to happen was because it started to become like across the way intensified discussions, people were feeling like they're being implicated or drawn into it when I simply was trying to set the stage for explaining and negotiating and saying, hey, this is why this is comparable to this conversation or this conversation. But it just started growing into different ones, making implications that I was making reference to all these different ones at different places. So there was this sense where it started to kind of just grow into other things. And then I was noticing people within these conversations growing online just didn't understand where I was getting at or why I was trying to make reference to saying, trying to appeal to people saying, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I'm trying to take this superiority approach or this, that, or the other. But that these are just conversations that need to be had, so that we can get to kind of a reconciliatory type approach and things along those lines. Because it started kind of popping off into all this other confusion and communication can feel so much more confusion. Eventually I had to kind of step back and think, okay, what is this even, like, where do I go with this, right? Do I just kind of pull out of the online conversations, or why does it seem like I'm still a part of it, or how does this kind of go? So I would say, honestly, at that time, because of some of the stuff I was trying to communicate, some of the atheist movement and some of the Christian movement at the time, because it hadn't yet snowballed into like the Islamic stuff yet, it kind of shifted, and I ended up having these other opportunities. So I relocated, and so it helped me to just, when I relocated, just try to focus just on where we can get ahead of these conversations, so then retroactively we can kind of deliver it more appropriately and in timing with communities and whatnot, instead of just setting people off all over the place. So initially, when it first started, there was this like grown recognition. It kind of got confusing. There was this grown recognition where it kind of split between the Democrat atheist movement, because so what had grown there, I'm skipping around. So Sarah Silverman was very much like a staunch Democrat, and her religion seemed to be like politics, right? And it was very much animated and very much triggered and very much defensive of anything religion. Even if I was trying to appeal to like left-leaning processes and reconciling the Judeo-Christian stuff and whatnot. She came across as an atheist, but anytime anyone would talk about like repairing this like Judeo-Christian stuff, it would just like really trigger her. And so I started to realize, like, man, I'm getting involved in a lot of this like unnecessary drama towards like very much animated. And so it seemed to kind of grow this network of connection with her, that she started to have this movement that was like this, like connecting to this feminist movement. And so it seemed also in response to when the men, even though we're still talking about Democrats, we're not even bringing up a difference of like political approaches here. So then when the men would try to respond and say or clarify, like, we need to have these conversations, a lot of them had a difficulty having that type of platform. And so it did seem like at the time when this whole upheaval was happening, and she kind of had this connection with this feminist movement and the Democrats and whatnot. And at the time, it just really, when you look back, wasn't very reasonable to think like, okay, I'm not disagreeing with the politics, I'm arguing for the point. In retrospect, it really seemed like she could sense the spirit by which I was trying to reconcile things, and the spirit by which some of the atheist movement was responding into it being of potential. And like I say, I don't want to over spiritualize stuff, but in retrospect, it's like I wasn't even for feminine rights at the time. I wasn't anti-Democrat. All I was doing was negotiating with some of these other atheist Jewish groups to seek to reconcile some of these religious reforms. And it just felt like an upheaval triggered towards me, and this network of feminism that kind of developed. And then other connections started to be made, and even some of the different ones and like the women within the Democrat movement in relation to some of the pundits started to get in on it. And some of the female groups started to get on other influencers. And then at the time, I was relocated in this place where I also found that there's so much to this, but once again, just trying to like relay. I also at the time ended up being in some situations where I started to learn that I think what I was learning in retrospect, so let me just kind of explain this because this is just taking forever. I think what I started to learn, to my surprise actually, even though I said I was like Democrat and I was for all of this stuff, was that something was showing me within the Democratic Party that there was some kind of unearthing of something going on there. This was prior to people investigating the Epstein stuff. This was prior to looking at potential connections possibly with whether it be Israel or other stuff going on. This was when I was still kind of cautious about the approach of Michael Moore in his interpretation of some things and questions of money going through Israel. And at the time, I still wasn't even trying to look too much into Israel being involved in stuff. I just didn't even know to think that at the time. I just wasn't even to that stage yet. I didn't know that it would end up being this question of looking at some of this feminist movement and some other animations that function in it under the surface. And so in retrospect, like, I find myself thinking, oh, I'm just gonna, like, connect with these religious groups, and then we'll settle some things with the religious right, and then kind of reconcile world issues and whatnot. I mean, that's an oversimplified way to put it, but I was kind of thinking that in general. I just didn't even know to think that God would situate me for a time to be right in the establishment Democrat domain, and recognizing and looking around and experiencing what's going on there. And I never in a million years thought, not only did I not think that would happen, but I didn't think I'd be dropped in the middle of it and have my life kind of situated to really focus on it, and then find myself in these other situations that were very much influenced by establishment Democrat approaches, and then find and experience questionable things going on and questionable animations and stuff going on. And then I didn't also think in the midst of that I would have this like strange response of protection from atheists right in the middle of those situations. Because what started to happen, and I also felt like I had ways to reach out and kind of connect with some of these other Christian contributors as well, but a majority of what started to really happen at the time was I was really right in the center of this atheist movement, in the trenches of these other strange animations of what seemed to be a kind of questionable feminist connection, massively influential in establishment Democrat movements and parties and whatnot. And later I'd come to find how much it was entrenched in Israel and these other connections, even though there were ways by which they were trying to, as they were saying, get rid of some of their religious opposition in Israel that at the time was labeled as the oppositional party. So all of these things, right? And I'm thinking at the time, I'm like what is going on here? Honestly, even though now today I still oppose some of the atheist approach, I still have to look back and think at those times when in the midst of it, I don't know what would have happened to me if I don't know that this approach would have been preserved or not. I'm really not sure, like, had the atheists in their devotion to free speech stepped out and kind of helped support me at that time to be able to still go forward. So it's kind of a tension there where eventually, though, I would still disagree with them. And man, I thought I was going to tell this in the fast forward way. I'm just getting so involved here. So how do I fast forward this? How do I kind of get to where I'm trying to understand? Eventually, this gets even more complicated. So what we start to find, and you can track this, if you were doubting the influence of the entertainment industry and some of the celebrities involved, I'll try to fast forward to it, but fast forward to get to that. But you kind of have to understand, I'm skipping over a lot of things, and so I don't know that it'll if this will support my case or not, but I'm just trying to get through some of these developments. So what you kind of find then that kind of starts to develop is when it starts to become this strange upheaval of this establishment Democrat animation of things. It starts to kind of trigger the groups on the right. And so you start seeing this surfacing of this opposition of this feminist movement on the right. That's around the time when you start seeing like the Lauren Southern, she's changed now and she's kind of more, I haven't followed all her stuff, but a little that I've seen, she's trying to have some corrective measures and not be in kind of like the extreme version. But initially back then, so when you started to see this feminist movement grow in the establishment Democrat movement, then you start seeing this feminist counter movement start growing on the extreme religious right. The Lauren Southerns and some other groups. There's this other character, Lauren something, and I'm forgetting some of the names like right off bat. But those that follow this, then they'll recognize these movements. They'll be able to trace these movements. It isn't really a respite for me because at that time then I feel like, oh man, what's happening? I'm not really situated in the counter women's feminist movement in the right, and I am not situated in what is feeling more and more hostile and exploitative on the extreme feminist movement that's growing on the left. And I'm somewhere in between where I know that in my heart of hearts, like I care very much for women's rights and whatnot, but one of these feels very hostile and part of this like dominating system, and another seems hostile and exploitative in this dominant system. And it's just, if you've ever been around like a swarm of hostile feminine vibes, then you kind of know what I mean. But it's also very terrifying to be around hostile, toxic, masculine vibes as well. Just toxic, wounded, hostile human beings is just not the best place to be, right? Like we all strive to be among other human beings where there's receptivity and spiritual centeredness and all of these things, right? But the wounded psyche of the wounded human and the drive of hostility can be a terrifying force to be around. You don't even know what standard by which you negotiate or what you do or this, that, or the other. And so I'm kind of caught in this for the moment. And the atheists kind of signal levels of support. And then this is when I reach out to, like I tried to reach out at this time to some of these other contributors, but it just didn't quite work out. And so I ended up reaching out to various others. And at the time, it's like just this upheaval starting to happen online. And it's almost as though, so you'll track that I was saying like Kanye seemed to be recognizing this at the time. You might now even start understanding where to place like Candace Owens and different ones where this is starting to develop. All these different political contributors along the spectrum of these different sides. Because at the time, people start noticing that some of these women are acting hostile and they seem anti to the Christian freedoms, even though it's still very much left-leaning. And so then you find some characters, and this might help people track maybe where this kind of shift happened. You'll start to see these characters like Kanye and different ones start taking this like religious right approach around the time when he first started to go MAGA, and people are like, what the heck is Kanye doing? He's crazy. And then he's just like kind of explaining that he's resisting some of these other things, and he's getting all this pushback from the Democratic Party and stuff like that. And so initially when he was still with Kim and like them, they were trying to amplify this like religious opposition on the right. And they seem to signal support. Initially, they seem to signal support for like the religious right. I didn't really know too much of them at the time. I wasn't following all their stuff. So that's what I kind of saw at first. I kind of saw like, whoa, this thing is growing online and I'm not a part of the industry or entertainment, and so I'm not really sure how to gauge this. Getting a little bit of support from the free speech people. Other people were kind of coming out and trying to explain that people should be able to, like, signaling support that people should be able to have these discussions. I was caught in a conundrum because I'd have support from kind of like some religious views that I didn't quite carry, and then some free speech advocacy that I appreciated, but then they were tied to certain geopolitical connections. And so that was kind of where I was found myself in. Initially, I kind of started to appreciate some of the entertainment industry seeming to give support, and then you would start to see others in the entertainment industry counterbalance this growing tension by showing support. And they were those within the industry that had a background of Christian understanding and belief, but they weren't like strict Christian, like a lot of the Black artists that have a Christian background in the gospel music and whatnot, but they're not strict in the sense where they're going to advocate for these extreme, like, religious systemic dominance approaches. And so then that's when you would start to see people signaling online and seeing these, like, religious discussions developing that they were in support of systemic reforms and religion and merging these divides and whatnot. If you follow, then you kind of notice there was a time when this started to happen and these divides were developing. Groups were kind of becoming more emboldened to take a stance for, if you notice, some of the celebrities were starting to take a stance for the religious right, which then was becoming religious right versus democratic, atheist, or secular, or some of these things going on that other people were tracking. I don't know that I would have framed it that way. It seemed like an oversimplistic way of approaching it. Strangely enough, during this time I was trying to some of that grew because it kind of became framed in, and this is going to be strange to say, I think there was just interpretations on how people were trying to read into the times. They were oversimplifying it between the right and the left, and that wasn't really tracking with the more transformative approach we were taking. But I don't know that everybody knew there was this what had grown to become this strange hostile movement that was seeming to animate some of the things within the Democratic Party. Even to the point where Sam Harris was kind of joking about critiques and references to Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton and different ones, but at the same time he still wasn't quite coming out and transforming his views on Islam, but he kind of was trying to, because I had made it clear to him that even though I appreciated his support and whatnot, I don't agree with the framing of his preservation of the dominant system and foreign policy and critique of Islam. And so eventually, through a lot of pressure, it seemed like he had finally gotten to the point where he published a book, like an olive branch, to talk with other Muslim scholars, and he co-wrote a book with Majid Nawaz. And it was still useful, a useful approach, but it still wasn't quite the direction that I would take, because it still required Majid to take more of an apologetic stance for Islam, still in relation to this dominant world system, which a lot of Muslim scholars were forced to have to do. And there could be some truth to it, but it's almost as though they're forced into this position where it's more of an apologetic, or it's more of a adhering to the system and not really having the freedom beyond some of those systemic pressures. And so to me, it still wasn't quite the freedom that I was looking toward in terms of an actual reform system and whatnot. So I still felt, caught between a lot of things. A lot of the different ones, I think, had noticed that it kind of, there would become these references of this strange animated responses from some of these women's movements. Like I said, and I keep saying, I'm not trying to be anti to women's movements, because I'm not. I I live in a lot of the freedoms of the actual core principles of women's rights and integrity and a non-exploitative system. But there was some strange connections to some of these like forces and animations that seemed to suggest they were in support of women's rights, but actually seemed a little bit hostile and exploitative and unresolved. And there were some tough conversations being had. And when people were following it, they were noticing a lot of there was some confusion. So this is one of those vulnerable topics because there could be a lot of trip lines here. And this is what I don't want is like sweeping generalization. So this is actually what happened. The thing that I didn't want started to happen. And so this is where this becomes very complicated. I didn't want people just going in and having like witch hunts against women or the sexual freedoms and women's rights and confusing those things. But this is why this topic within civilization seems to be very much entrenched and confusing to people, because they generally tend to approach it wrong, right? Once there becomes this upheaval of like weaponized sexuality, it becomes very confusing for people to counter or transform or understand, for that matter. And it becomes easy to put pressure on various ones to recruit them into these kinds of antics. And so that's what was starting to happen, right? Various ones would claim certain like sexualized freedoms and behave in these various ways, but there was something very hostile about it, something very triggering and weaponizing about it. And it was difficult to navigate because it ended up kind of being these like the right and the left. And that wasn't really the approach that I was taking, because as I said, like it's, not really how I would see things. I don't know that we've still gotten to something that actually represents where I'm coming from. And so maybe that's what I'm trying to get to now, is I'm trying to help people navigate through the conundrum and the complexities of what this had become and how confusing it had become. If you notice at the time, so I was following both like Peter Rollins and different ones, and I was also following Sam Harris and different ones, and I was following some of these movements and trying to find something that I could really adhere to, right? And so then, if you follow some of Peter Rollins' stuff, then there's a stage where he had what he titled the Insurrection Tour. And the Insurrection Tour, there's also this video that accompanies it of this kind of fist in the air, this revolutionary movement, this metamorphosis of things going on. And he writes this book called Insurrection. I tend to think that some people started to recognize what was kind of going on. And they started to notice, like at a distance, that some of these characters, even though we all started out very much left-leaning and we wanted certain reforms and we were against some of the extremist views on the right, people were recognizing that these characters had to start kind of pushing back and signaling a little bit of resistance against some of these characters and these women and these antics online and stuff like that. And so they were kind of doing that. And they were seeing it associated with some of the establishment Democrats and some of the animations and the like certain ones influencing those like connections. So I kind of wonder at times, and I'm not saying that this directly represents it, but in the confusing way that people were starting to interpret things, I wonder sometimes if that's also why they labeled some of their own different movement when it started to become these like counterattacks that didn't really represent the core of what it was going on. They labeled some of it as like the insurrection, right? Their own different type of insurrection. And so a lot of things were just starting to become like confusing, and like, what do people represent, and are people really tracking with what people are saying? And it just kind of got to be one of those things that was kind of destructive in the sense of like a game of telephone online that was just like spiraling out of control. And I was thinking, I think this is having real world ramifications. Like we all need to get together and just talk and like figure something out here. But it just wouldn't. It just kept wreaking havoc, getting into all this other stuff. And I was just like, so I would try really hard initially to like go meet with people and connect with people. And it just didn't seem to work out. There were just all these blockages. To try to simplify then, so some of what the battle started to become was that in some strange way, it kind of started to attract different other types of influential women feminist movements. And initially then I started to find that, so there was this rift kind of growing within the Democrat movement within different influences. And there was like the Atheist, and then this like religion Christian movement with Rollins, and then like Slavoj Žižek and different ones. And I started to notice once this kind of women's movement surfaced, this feminist movement, then initially it seemed like there was this group that was countering them that was kind of like a Christian movement, and that was like Pussy Riot. And so I started to get all this content kind of fueling and like surfacing, and it was like this Pussy Riot stuff. And so then what you start finding is this other competing feminist movement kind of gets invited into the conversation, and it's Pussy Riot, and some of the pundits start inviting them in to be showcased in New York and stuff like that. And they start saying that they, you know, kind of making reference to certain support for political movements and support for like Pete and stuff like that at a distance. But they were saying Peter Singer, but the way they were making reference was that they're very much aware of this movement. Slavoj Žižek, like Peter Rollins would draw upon a lot of Slavoj Žižek's work, and Slavoj Žižek was in direct connection with Pussy Riot, and they were trying to resist, be a part of certain movements and whatnot, like in Russia. When it first started, and I thought, okay, there's all this upheaval of this strange activity happening. There's this like feminist movement that's very Jewish oriented in like New York and some connections, and now there's this like competing like Slavoj Žižek Christian, like philosophical but like kind of atheistic Christian movement that's like fueled Pussy Riot, now kind of a competing feminist movement. And then there's this like extremist women's movement in the religious right. And then there's this other growing movement within the right, which is kind of the women that start connecting with like the Kardashians and different ones that are trying to portray a type of connection to these like systemic Christian competing political interest type competing feminist groups. And so I'm thinking, as I'm experiencing and seeing this, I'm like, I don't really think that I fit with any of these. I don't fit with this like these extremist right-wing feminist movements that are talking about having sex with guns. Well, okay, not having sex with guns, but competing with these other women about conservative values and getting showcased in these competitive magazines with like laying next to guns half naked, and competing with these like feminist movements laying naked with other things, talking about getting like multiple abortions throughout their life. And then there was this like Pussy Riot, and talking about being an example, like talking about their version of this atheist Christ, and then this like, U.S. entertainment industry, Hollywood, Christian values, women's movement. And I'm just thinking, okay, where do I find myself in this? And at least at some level, they kind of counterbalance each other, because it started to feel kind of one-sided hostile for a while. But it's kind of like one of those situations where you think, all right, I'm seeing this develop, so where do I'm just thinking, all right. I joked around and I said, basically, like, I don't know where I stand with things. All I wanted to do was have a Bible study. So I just started doing my little funny little stuff. But at the same time, I'm just thinking, what is going on here? So for a time, I do recognize that some groups, and this is the story they try to tell, is that they were counterbalancing the other feminists, and they were just trying to help, and kind of like they're the real legit ones, And so when I look back and I think, all right, I do admit that certain ones were trying to counterbalance other ones and whatnot, but it was still within these system frameworks, and it still really wasn't what I was getting to, right? Eventually, then you'll start to see, if you follow in the timeline of stuff, that Sarah Silverman starts to come out and say people are attacking her, which, maybe they were. Maybe that's legitimate. She was saying extremist Christians were attacking her. They wanted to be violent against her, do all of these things, which, maybe that's the case. But so then that's when you start seeing that a lot of her content where she's speaking against Christians and stuff is cleared from online. I mean, it might still be out there somewhere. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I didn't find it anymore. And then I'm thinking, okay, I don't know if this is going to help, because this just justifies her argument that Christians are hostile to Jews or whatever. And I was thinking, though, but you're hostile, you're being hostile, you generated, if other people hadn't come up and stepped up to give the ability for free speech and negotiations for systemic reform, you were being hostile. And you, if you're honest, you knew that you were recruiting a lot of people to influence certain interests and whatnot. And I think that's where it's kind of tricky, people can make reference. It's not like I'm delegitimizing or saying that there are never actual fueled violent situations. But when you look at it, there's also the story behind the story of what was being generated behind the scenes that also affects people's lives and whatnot. It gets complex, and I don't celebrate either of those responses, right? It's not peace, it's not the centering of life and whatnot. And so then eventually it starts turning into defense of women's rights and stuff like that, which it always just seems such a tricky approach too, because it's we're not, for me, I'm not against certain rights. It's not even the way to frame it. It's not you're for rights or against rights and stuff. It's, and so it starts to develop into these kind of peculiar frameworks of things, right? And then it kind of turns into these complex situations where it becomes polarized in terms of then people start making these generalized references of women, the feminist movement or toxic masculinity. And it's just, then once it kind of gets into these generalized terms, it's hard to kind of get to, where's the consensus of just certain human values and stuff like that. But it starts kind of get thrown around like that. And I think she kind of makes a reference that Joe Rogan is coming after her or something, Sarah Silverman. And I can't help but think at the time that Joe Rogan, because he at the time was having conversations with Sam Harris and different ones, that he seemed to be aware of this stuff also developing online. And so he also comes out to kind of at the time when the atheists come out and kind of push back on Sarah Silverman and her, what she had started to generate, then he kind of pushes back on her too a little bit and kind of makes a reference as to just so she knows that people are aware of her involvement online. And it just serves as a protective measure so that like free speech can still go forward. It's not like they were waging direct threats towards her. It was just like an awareness of bringing up topics. And if people didn't know that, if they didn't understand at the time what was going on, then they maybe wouldn't have understood. But for those that were kind of seeing these things develop in real time, then it seemed that people were very much aware of that. Another person that had come out and talked and made reference to it was, because at the time it seemed like Seth MacFarlane was friends with Sarah Silverman and different ones. And he seemed to be tracking stuff too. And at the time, so I do have that picture in there. Like at the time, he also starts to seem to use his platform to support these free speech measures. If you'll notice too, if you're kind of tracking, there was a time when in between people were recognizing that even though they were left-leaning and vote Democrat, that they were questioning these strange things surfacing because they were seeing it happen. And so they were trying to calm it down a little bit and kind of joke about it. And so then that's when these women that were coming out and the stuff that they were doing, and, you know, people started joking. Pete even started joking about it. So like some of the women that were attaching some of these movements to the Democrat parties, they were kind of joking about it with saying like the horror show and stuff like that. And just because the way that they were approaching their sexual freedoms was with these kind of like sexual exploits and stuff that they were doing online. And so he kind of seemed to make fun of it. And then eventually there was so much pressure on Sarah that she voluntarily entered into like making fun of herself as well. And so around that time then she played the horror in his movie, how do you say it? Or what was the movie now? A Million Ways to Die in the West or something like that. And so it seemed like they were trying to make light of it and kind of switch things up and be like, all right, let's just have like a decent conversation and just kind of make light of it. Seth MacFarlane also had this like close connection to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I believe that's how you say his name, because they also did the project on the Cosmos series, which I really liked and I enjoyed. And so around that time, I started to feel like Seth MacFarlane like really used his platform just to help make light of it, to negotiate so we could still have these like ongoing conversations. And so I haven't followed his content in a long time, but that around that time was when I felt like he kind of really stepped up to like make light of what was going on and recognize it. And you'll also notice that a lot of celebrities were noticing this as well. And so even at that time, Seth MacFarlane, then if you see one of his speeches, he kind of jokes about a friendly connection at this time under Trump's first term. And it was, so you'll kind of see at the time, that's when celebrities and male celebrities were kind of on the side of Trump, because at that time, some of them recognized that some of these things were happening. And in that circle of influence, some of those occurrences were taking place. And so the men were just kind of trying to joke between the sides. And so he had said some kind of favorable, funny, silly stuff about Trump and whatnot. It seemed like other guys were trying to differentiate as well. I felt like some in the industry were trying to cloak me in this other alternative feminist type approach where I was kind of resisting this previous feminist approach, like Sarah Silverman and some of them. And then it was this sense of trying to cloak some of the movement seemingly, or I don't know, maybe they weren't thinking that, but it's what it felt like to me. It felt like I had a need to differentiate, to be associated with this like Pussy Riot movement, and it was associated with Peter. And so it was kind of this effort to say, oh, you're not on the Sarah Silverman side of this faction or this divide happening in the Democratic Party. How about Pussy Riot? initially I thought, oh, it seems kind of helpful. They seem to be trying to help the like conversation go forward. And I did not know anything at the time about Pussy Riot. But then when I started looking into it and having this kind of conviction of like, what are these people about? I just started to feel like, okay, thanks, but no thanks. But there kept seeming to be this increase of platforming these characters. And I just kept thinking, no thanks, I'm not part of the Pussy Riot. And then I kept feeling like, you know, like it would kind of be dropped into my feed or other influences and stuff and whatnot. At this time, then, there started to be this increase of, so people started to recognize there was a strange, like, surfacing of these different types of, like, systemic level, influential, entertainment industry, sexual exploit type stuff going on. And for me, I don't feel like I'm a prude, or I don't feel like I'm anti to sexual freedoms. I try not to overthink certain individual rights and whatnot. But there was all these strange things surfacing. And I'm starting to become very much aware of it. And I start to realize at the time, like, whoa, I really have to guard this like spiritual distinction that I'm still trying to like get off the ground and be a part of stuff, because it's not all of these other things. It's not the attributes or in the spirit or the animation of some of these other things. And so I just start feeling like this, like all of these forces of all of these things. And I keep thinking like, what is going on? And like, really, and I start having this strange stuff happening in my life and other things, like all of this like animation and whatnot. And so as this happens, then just this continuation of these kind of like feminist movements that are part of these like establishments and other things. And so I then start taking the stance of saying, basically like, thank you, but no thank you. Thank you for the support, but I'm not getting involved in this stuff. I'm not connecting with these movements, nor am I trying to have them be a part of what I'm actually about. And so then this is the time when, to my surprise, I start getting the support from some of the religious right, and some of their platforms and news people start making reference and seeming to keep an eye on things that are going on. So then it started to seem, as we kind of shift from there, that even Peter Rollins started to differentiate between Pussy Riot, kind of playfully making jokes towards them. And so you were starting to find some of the men that were in the industry differentiating from some of these movements, just kind of playfully. Seth had kind of done that with Sarah Silverman, and then Peter Rollins had done that with Pussy Riot. I guess when I think back, trying to think of the men in the like extremist movements with like the right, I don't know that they were, I'll have to kind of think on that. I don't know that I could remember groups really calling out some of the women's approach there. It seemed like some of the ones that were utilizing women as a platform for this kind of like toxic masculinity continued to do so and have partnerships with women that would connect along those lines. Whereas I did start seeing women differentiate from it as they were growing into these reforms of understanding Christianity differently and not using themselves to fuel these kind of extremist religious views. So there was a shift where actually women were being drawn out of it. Some of the women you'll see from some of those movements had started to shift and kind of change gears and switch gears. Whereas some of the women that were within that circle of belief that were categorizing themselves as like entertainment industry type Christians, whether it be like the Kardashian Jenners or different ones, they kind of seemingly maintained that position within the Republican movement, and So this is kind of where I'm getting to as well. I didn't initially really keep an eye on them. I just wasn't really interested in some of those things. I didn't know at the time that it seemed like, so this is kind of where it shifts, right? A lot of things kind of shift, and I start realizing over time, I'm not really trying to be a part of all of this stuff or like these approaches and whatnot. And I start to realize at this time that there is some receptivity to different ones, you know, kind of being willing to having these conversations. And so at the time, I'm also just trying to keep the pace of just developing ideas. And at the time I was doing my own research and reading, and there was a lot that was involved in it, along with the logistics of my own life. In retrospect, I guess I wasn't paying too much attention to, like what the Kardashian Jenners were doing at the time. I'd kind of had this sense that when Kim was still married to Kanye, that there was some kind of connection, that he seemed to be kind of keeping an eye on the movement and trying to stay in pace with some of the stuff that was going on. And he had his own church that he was starting. There started to be this resistance when it kind of shifted towards like the right and the left. There was kind of this reference of resistance where people were starting to recognize that a certain type of religion and Christianity was developing in the right, like connecting to like the Kardashian Jenners and whatnot. And so they still were kind of suspicious of that. And so Peter was kind of joking about it, and some of his followers had kind of joked about it. And there was this reference that they had made to like Kim Kardashian Kierkegaard or something like that. It's this like pundit type. I don't know if they still have it, but it was on Twitter. And so even though it wasn't something that I seemed like I was keeping an eye on, it seemed like others were kind of growing this concern, like watch out for the Kardashian Jenners and da-da-da-da-da. I'd kind of known of them, and to be honest, initially I kind of thought, oh, they seem like they're trying to be friendly and helpful. At the time, they were even making references to, I didn't follow them, and they seemed to be making references to supporting the movement and whatnot. There was references to like, and I don't know if I was just maybe kind of desperate at the time, because there was just so much influence and there was so much happening that I just thought, oh, they seem nice enough and supportive enough, or, or whatever. Or I just didn't really have a major opinion. They just kind of sold themselves as being like pro-Christian and whatnot. At the time, though, I wasn't also even in the world of celebrity gossip and reality shows too much. I mean, of course I was aware, like I'm not, like I would watch certain reality shows and this, that, and the other, but I just didn't follow all of the stuff. At the time, it started to seem like, so Kanye was getting a lot of pushback when he started to go MAGA. And I'm not saying that I supported the way that he went about it or supported the way that he was resisting certain things. I also didn't, I wasn't too aware of what he was involved in, either. But knowing enough of just like regular public stuff going on, I could kind of see in retrospect where he was trying to vibe with, from his worldview, that he was trying to critique what he felt like was inconsistencies within the industry and stuff now that in retrospect has come out about the industry that he felt was wrong. And maybe in his own way, he was trying to like connect to this life raft where he felt like, oh, there really is a spiritual movement going on. I'm going to try to follow this, and it situates within my spirit, more so than all of this corruption that I'm caught up in. Whereas at the time, he also has his own kind of ego stuff he needs to deal with, and he is a part of a competitive entertainment industry, and it seemed like that very much was still a part of what was going on. At the time, I guess, though, in trying to look at his perspective, the reason why I'm spending time looking at this, because eventually, even though I had all these other previous issues and stuff going on, it develops into these connections where there's this battleground with the Kardashian Jenners that we're seeing kind of play out now. And there's a lot of deception involved in it. So I'm trying to get to the point where we understand what seems to be going on there. So at this time, just to kind of simplify a little bit of it, Kanye kind of situates himself where he's trying to preserve this ability to go forward. Since he had married the person that he had married, he had a lot of pushback. I mean, seemingly maybe from his perspective, he had a lot of pushback from some of the movement that was being connected and kind of fueled within like the Democrat Party. This is kind of where you start to see so he's pushing back on that. He's trying to defend the right for, black men to marry white women and stuff like that. There's also like a theme where that had happened, that had gotten fueled in some of the stuff that happened online. There was a lot of just the hauntedness and the triggered animations that started to be fueled online. So maybe I should kind of speak on that really quick. So when to fast forward, so we're going back to the Democrat domain of things. This women movement got fueled, right? And what it seemed like was this like upheaval of this stuff. And I just kept thinking, why is like all of the systemic stuff and the hauntedness and the triggerness and everything just kind of like oozing out all over the place? And it was a lot to kind of handle and manage. And I remember at some point feeling kind of paralyzed by it. Like, this is a lot to handle. Among that, it felt kind of weaponized against me with this pressure of this like feminist type stuff, this fervor, a flavor of it. Like I said, there's all these different aspects of it, and my approach as being different included among the whole spectrum, right? Or maybe even like a different plane of things. But anyway, I'm just saying like, you can't take me out of the whole thing of like the feminine and whatnot. I'm very much a part of that, just not suited with a lot of these other versions that were trying to just surface and whatnot. And I was trying to do spirituality and stuff like that. And so this whole like feminist kind of fervor, this like weaponized approach that felt very animated, kind of hostile, kind of haunted. Initially was kind of like it started out seeming like kind of white Jewish, what have you. There were still some good things in the mix of it, but there seemed to be a little bit of that. And that was a surprise to me. I didn't feel like that was like warranted in relation to what I was actually doing. But I mean, it happened. And so then this kind of movement started to come out, and it started to feel like, it was kind of the guardian or protecting the Democrat strategy and movement. And I remember thinking like, okay, now this is taking a whole different turn, because I am for the strategies of the Democratic Party, but this establishment stuff seems to be infiltrating how we can accomplish these types of political measures or goals, and associating it with kind of like these other measures of people groups and whatnot. So then through this connection, the other thing that starts to come up is like associating these movements and these this feminist movement with this feminist how would you say it, like black women's rights, I guess you would say. And so then it kind of stirs up this whole other thing of like the racial hauntedness of the country and the racializing, and I'm just like, oh man, another wave of this stuff. And so then that becomes these kind of hostile, the initial wave of it is like this hostile kind of another triggered, haunted form of like unearthed stuff. And then in the midst of it, I get some of these other kind of women coming at me from different racial backgrounds that represent some of the stuff in the US, right? Nothing that is like surprising to me. I mean, I'm aware of this stuff, but at the same time, it's like, wow, why is this stuff all coming out? And so it does seem a little bit threatening. It doesn't always seem reasonable, as though we're like negotiating for reasonable approaches and whatnot. at the time, right? Like, we all know what that's like if we're in the domain of this stuff. We've come a long way and we're getting to the point where we're having reasonable conversations, but at this time, this is what was happening. And I was thinking, okay, here's another onslaught of like the hauntedness of this whole system is coming out and all of these things. And so this whole topic comes up and it kind of gets into this weird kind of beef stuff going on online. Eventually we kind of work through it, and some of the different ones kind of come out and they like make reference to, not getting too into these like animations and fixations on colorism and stuff like that. But at the same time, not denying the need for systemic reforms and trying to differentiate between what are we actually asking for in our shared humanity, right? So there's a steep learning curve where we're having these conversations and whatnot, where we're not just trying to let it slide, where it's like, we're not just saying everyone get along, like we're having these conversations of what does change actually look like? What does it look like to, so then we get into these systemic reforms, rapid paced discussions, a lot of things going on. In the midst of this, though, some of the men do have to come out and show like some kind of union of force online to be like, all right, you guys have a constructive conversation. This isn't mudslinging. This isn't the woundedness of the full feminine psyche beefing with each other. Like, this is productive conversation, right? So this is where it kind of tracks, where you start seeing some of the men come out and they start differentiating. So if you're looking at this as a historical account, if you're looking for evidence online and you're tracking the timeline of events, this is then where you start seeing the men coming out and kind of critiquing some of the stuff going on, even in their own kind of different racial group communities, and some of them start shifting towards MAGA. I'm not justifying that. I'm just trying to say the timeline of stuff. If people are saying, where is this coming from? I wasn't following things online, and when did this start happening? I'm not saying that I take that approach, because for me, it just would continue to be difficult to navigate, because if there is like a toxic masculinity, of course there's going to be a counterpart to women needing their rights and kind of playing up these strategies and whatnot. And so it's hard to critique, it's hard to put one in isolation and say, oh, the women shouldn't be doing this if the men are doing these other things. But then it would start to become these like different sides, right? In the midst of that, then you start seeing Kanye starts becoming like more MAGA, and he's resisting the Black Lives Matter. This is where you also track where where Candace starts saying she's shifting as well, and she's shifting from her like background of like the liberal side of things and the women's rights, and she's shifting now to the MAGA movement. And so then you see her joining forces with Kanye to say that there should be the ability for women's rights, and Black people should be able to marry non-Black people, and then other racial groups are kind of saying the same thing. Some of this shift took place not because, in my estimation, watching it, not because the like Republican side of things was doing things right, but because at the time when people were involved online, there was this hostility being stoked within some of these movements. I still honestly and I'm not trying to be like both siding this in that kind of sense. I just, I still believed though in some of the actual practices, without the hostility and the excesses, but the actual practices of some of the democratic values of the Democratic Party being able to like actually help and assist people in the practicalities of their everyday lives. That's why I had tended to be left leaning. But what I had started to confront is not just what I started to find was that I wasn't just confronting the practicalities of the democratic movement. There was this whole, what seemed to be the protectors of geopolitical connections and wanting to make sure that they guarded who could get certain measures, and then kind of filter what their belief systems were, and basically this strange hostility toward various beliefs. And I guess to be more plain, they were very anti to like Christianity. I guess there was such a fixation toward it that it seemed like they wanted to filter that out. I say that though without wanting it to seem like, well, therefore then the Christian right is correct. That's not what I'm getting to. I started this saying that there was measures that needed to be corrected about it, but then I was confronted with this huge thing going on, right? And so in light of that, then you start seeing even Kanye, Candace, and different ones start shifting to the right, trying to counter some of these animations and these things going on. And I mostly at the time I'm just noticing Kanye, and I'm not noticing too much of his associations with the whole Kardashian Jenner crew. I mean, I guess I am enough, but I'm not like obsessively watching them as though I'm, like replacing my actual core work that I'm trying to do. I'm just kind of noticing these things erupting in kind of the celebrity sphere, political pundit, public influencer aspect of things. I think at this time, this is when people start noticing and kind of some of the market forces start helping to encourage them to seem like they're this like saviorism of different ones. And they kind of have this influence of support and whatnot. Some other things start happening. In retrospect, I didn't really realize at the time that this was the time when, and it seems in retrospect like Kris Jenner and different ones allegedly had connections to helping fuel this tension that was developing with Kanye and Taylor Swift and all of this other stuff. And so I'm not really seeing all of that. And then I start kind of noticing some of it. There's this pressure that starts to develop with Kanye, I guess, because of his politics and some of his behavior and stuff going on. And so you start to find that the Kardashian-Jenner crew start really helping platform him through other measures, where later they'll come to say that it was them that kind of generated some of his ability for the influence that he had, or something to that effect. Because they start platforming him and generating income and money and competing with the system through these sexualized content that they start putting out. And so they start becoming this influence where they're generating this wholesome family connection, this imagery in our country of Christianity, combating these other forces, or what have you, and keeping an eye on some of this stuff developing. And at the same time, they're involved in some of these antics behind the scenes, it seems like, where they're part of the industry's strategies to undermine other artists and whatnot, and some of their content, and utilizing some of these functions, right? At the time, I still didn't really know too much about them. And then they start generating support for Kanye and his church and whatnot by going on these, doing these sexualized kind of content. And they kind of put out this content where they kind of degrade Taylor Swift, and it sounds like Kim plays a major part in helping to support some of the sexual degrading. Some strange stuff starts happening, and I start to get this, even though I'm not entirely trying to invest in some of this, I'm noticing some things going on, and through other things happening, I start to recognize their level of influence and kind of playing to this stuff. At the time, I start to think, before I know too much of what Kanye is involved in, I eventually see this, what surfaces is, so around this time, multiple things surface. To my surprise, I start to get support from some kind of more centered, religious right groups. And they're kind of seeing stuff develop, and so they start kind of showing some levels of support. I'm not sure how to think of the support because it's kind of mixed with other things. And then I started getting these, because at first I also didn't really know too much of what Pussy Riot was involved in. And it seemed like some people that were cautioning what was kind of happening and being destabilized in Russia, they were associating some stuff with these movements connected to the States and Pussy Riot and stuff. And so then I started getting these things in my feed, and I'm all of a sudden getting this awareness of these things happening. And then I start learning some of these kind of like very XX rated stuff that Pussy Riot was involved in. And they were kind of supported, or, you know, what have you, in these like activist movements. And at first the US kind of sells it as though it's just fun sexual freedom type stuff. It's just a fun loving girl next door punk band, and they're just going and trying to seek for freedom among religion, and they stand for Christianity and all this stuff. And so that's kind of all I know at first. And then I kind of get this information where it shows them in some of these, what they call like sexual, what do they, okay, let me think, what is it called now? I forget exactly what they call it, but it's basically like in some of these programs, or it almost even looks like college courses or art displays or exhibits or what have you. They're doing these like sexual group, kind of like group orgy stuff, right? They're kind of doing these group orgy things, and it's very hypersexualized. I mean, I'm guessing their reasoning would be, oh, it's just a sexual body. What are the boundaries of sex? You know, blah, 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 you know, whatever. But it's these displays. And of course, at this point, I have so much coming at me from all these like feminist movements. There's like BDSM stuff across my screen, all of these sexual exploits. And I'm just thinking, like, what's happening here? Like, yes, I'm for sexual freedoms, but this stuff is grotesque and excessive, and like, what is even happening? So in the midst of this is where some of my, I guess you could say, like, friends from a distance start chiming in and kind of helping give support online. And I'm just like swarmed by all this stuff. And so then there's this Pussy Riot stuff, and stuff that I guess they were involved in Russia. And it has to do with like, they're in this room, it's kind of giving orgy. They have these sexual partners. They're kind of doing all these sexual acts on each other. Then it kind of shifts in like this, one of the like ringleaders of the movement is like very much pregnant. She looks like 9 months pregnant, and they're doing these sex acts on her. And then others are kind of doing like oral sex stuff. And it's basically just like a lot of pornographic, like really extreme stuff. And then this other guy, he looks like he's like a teacher. So he's like watching them. And then they kind of do these displays in the public. And so it's very much like a very hypersexualized, bizarre kind of movement. And so then I think like, all right, obviously like this is not the Christianity that I'm trying to be about, and nor the feminist type freedoms that I'm trying to be about. There was something very like grotesque about some of the content. And so then around this time, others also start noticing these strange exploits just kind of like flocking everywhere, right? And then I start to get this awareness in my mind, because I'm thinking, oh, you know, like Kanye and them are just trying to help, and I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm trying to focus on actually this other stuff, because I have profound amounts of things to study and research, steep learning curve. But then I kind of get this awareness when I, like, of other stuff happening. At this time, I'm still not at the point where I have it on my radar that Israel and some of the like Mossad and other forces, because at this time I start to be aware that I feel like I'm being surveilled. I can't say for sure who was surveilling me. I felt like there were a lot of different questionable things. Because at the time I was living in this other place. I had friends that were Muslim, or like a friend that was Muslim. We'd go on walks, and our phones would be doing crazy things, and other stuff was happening, and other strange things, and my laptop would do, you know, these peculiar things. People would make reference to stuff in my private files. And so I started to realize, like, I think I'm being monitored. And then I told him, because he knows in the Islamic world, like, he knows people who know people, that it's not far-fetched to think that, because they had even been called in by the FBI and stuff like that. And so he was like, yeah, you could be, you know. And at the time, I didn't really have enough to explain. I couldn't sit down and say, there's this whole story to this thing. But I started to realize that I very much believed that I was being monitored and surveilled. At this time, though, I had no idea about like the Mossad or other things or other forces that we kind of know of nowadays. And I still don't know if it was them or other forces, but I very much noticed that certain entities would be aware of stuff online and make reference and keep an eye on me and kind of keep me under their radar. And I kept having this sense where I was kind of being groomed, or like trying to be like they were trying to captivate me and draw me into all these different types of like feminist movements or sexual movements to kind of resolve like my connections. And so I'd keep resisting it, and then I'd still keep trying to do all of these other things. Around this time, the Kardashians and like Kanye and whatnot were kind of doing this like religious stuff, right? And then in the midst of it, so I'm kind of keeping an eye on them and kind of noticing some things happening, kind of seeing a rift happen between Kanye and Pete, where Pete kind of like resists Kim and whatnot a little, or there's like a joking thing there. He even explains though, like he didn't exactly know who she was because he saw her at some event, or something. And there just kept seeming to be this connection with them kind of being in this kind of circle of things. And I think Kanye maybe at the time kind of got offended by a little bit of the pushback, and people were like, and I think he was just trying to, at the time, I think he was in the midst of being caught up in stuff. He was trying to stay in this like connection of things. He seemed like he kind of believed in it, in the direction that it was going. And he seemed to make suggestion that he agreed with the ability for some of the reconciling of these racial connections, but the way he was going about it, people can attest to was, there were some levels of like offensiveness and stuff going on there in the way he was approaching it. And in retrospect, he probably was in the wrong for his connections with the Kardashian Jenners and some of the stuff that they were involved in, some of the stuff that they hadn't been letting the public know that they had done. And it really wasn't like this testimony of these Christian values and whatnot. But anyway, at the time, you'll notice then, so there was this pressure that was put toward Peter Rollins. He put it out. He was saying that he was still critiquing some of what he viewed as improper Christian approaches. And so he had kind of made a joke on Joel Osteen and whatnot. So it became this, like, there also then became this, like, spoof, or what do you call it, like, pundit type parody, that's the word, parody account on Twitter. There was just all these Twitter wars. Parody account on Twitter that was, like, Peter Rollins, Osteen, or something, I don't know, some kind of mashup with, like, Joel Osteen. So he was kind of, like... he was kind of roasting Joel Osteen a little bit, like the mega pastor. He was kind of roasting a lot of like pastors and whatnot. Not really the approach that I would take necessarily. I mean, I was trying to like negotiate between various things, and but all at the same time, I admit in like the issue with some of these excesses and these beliefs, and et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I'm just saying you can follow those accounts. You can see that happen. And so what you'll find then is Kanye and Kim then counter that approach, counter this like thing happening. And then they go to meet up with Joel Osteen. And so they very much were kind of fashioning themselves as this like Christian right representatives and connection. But Kim was fueling and connecting his movement with all these like sexcapades and these what seemed to be these questionable antics behind the scene of certain ways they would kind of navigate certain contracts and get funding and money and other things. Still at this point, like I'm not entirely following this. I forget how I stumbled upon something, and I think I was just like giving way to, I don't know, it was something that I don't even know that I took it that serious. I think I was following some stuff developing, And I hadn't realized that it possibly had developed even more so beyond what I had understood. And there started to become this questionable thing that happened that was associated with, there started to become this reference to like helicopters and stuff like that. And I forget exactly how it developed. And I don't know if this is purely coincidental or whatnot. I didn't know that Kobe Bryant is in. He was friends with Khloe Kardashian's ex. Now I'm forgetting his name. I'm getting tired. There's a lot of ground to cover here. The basketball player, right? The one that had just come out. And I didn't watch his reality show thing. I don't really know too much. I don't have time to follow all the ins and outs of all this stuff. But I guess he was friends with him. And there, in retrospect, now that knowing what we know now, and knowing that there was this movement growing, it's hard to say what was really happening there. But at the time, when I'm just like barely understanding what's going on, I'm noticing this stuff surfacing all around. And I noticed that eventually Kanye, I think it's Kanye, sends out a prayer request. Kanye sends out a prayer request for Khloe Kardashian's ex. She was with him at the time, I think. But you know, the story where they were married. I had seen some of the shows where they were married. I didn't know too much about the prior stuff where, like, I just saw the stuff that they put on the show where it made it seem like they're just kind of like, you know, everyday people just doing funny, silly things. I didn't know prior to that about like the sex tape and the story that came out, and prior to that, like Khloe and Kim doing these questionable antics with like getting money from some of the groups or stealing money and then developing these tensions with the sex video and kind of seeming, I don't know, some of the alleged stuff going on there. And I didn't know some of the other developments and their associations with these characters, I was aware though that there was kind of this unresolved thing within kind of the psyche of the country with the whole OJ thing and their dad's involvement, and then their involvement in these investments, and kind of a strange thing there. But then eventually you get this like kind of, I think it was a prayer request or something that came out. And I tried to be, I guess I was probably being nice about it and thinking like, I had noticed that Kanye seemed to be trying to like navigate through this stuff and trying to stay in, like, gain some level of freedom of stuff. And so, I ended up just kind of saying a prayer for his friend at the time. And I had put something out because I didn't know all the context. I didn't know that he had been like brought to this like place, and there was this whole sexual, what was it called? Like, somewhere in Vegas or somewhere, he had been caught up in drugs, and he was at one of those, sex worker places out there, and he had OD'd, and then they had found him there, and he was almost dead, and they had said his body and his mind were shutting down. And so I had then that's when I wrote that picture at the time. So at the time it was kind of just I had felt like I was just trying to be supportive, and so I offered kind of like some prayer and support for them. And then that's when I drew that picture. Because I had remembered prior to that, I didn't know the story about how he got caught up and everything, but I remember seeing an episode prior to that where he had seemed to make a reference when he was speaking to Khloe that he was trying to be really supportive of her. There was one point where she was trying to tell him that she was kind of tired of the industry and what they, like what they do to people and how they're always critiquing her and stuff like that. And he was showing that he was like really supportive of her, and he just seemed really kind and attempting to like meet her in that world and be supportive of who she was. I kind of say that because then later, I think that influenced me thinking, because I feel like he had also said something in reference to some things going on. And I was starting to think like, at the time I had every reason to think that they were all being supportive, and in the worlds that they were caught up in, they were trying to be supportive of these movements and these religious movements. And so then I offered that prayer, and then that's when I made that imagery of because like just before that, because I had started to recognize some strange things happening. Let me think, like, when was and I think that, I don't remember the timeline. I think it was much later that Kobe Bryant passed away. I didn't realize at the time that he had gone there too to support him and was close friends with him. I didn't know that until these recent stories coming out. I just kind of say it that way because I don't know who was involved in what. In retrospect, I don't know what is deemed, like, I don't know, just a lot of strange things going on. And me, in retrospect, thinking, was there more of a network of connection than I realized? Or was there just kind of something happening all around? Some other things start happening, and I know I'm skipping through a lot. And eventually I start kind of thinking like, oh, are they kind of helping in this endeavor? And I try to make reference to different people groups around the world, needing support for reconciling. And then I think there becomes this connection where they make reference to the Armenian genocide. And then people are starting to make comparison in references to like the Native American genocide. And then just all these different areas for healing in the country. And so at first I'm thinking, oh, it's a lot of people, it's this network growing for healing and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I start thinking, right? But then eventually when I forget exactly what the thing was, I start to, I think maybe, I can't remember exactly what it was, but anyway, thinking about like involvement with them or following some of their stuff or whatever. And I remember this time and I get this like caution in my spirit. And I remember where I'm sitting, I'm like in this desk where I was staying, and I'm like overlooking this yard and I'm looking outside. I believe that's where I was. It seems like it. And I have this caution in my spirit of, when I think of them, I have this like what rises in my mind of like Babylon. And this felt caution of like not getting involved or whatever. And I think, whoa, that kind of took me aback a little bit. I was like, oh, it seemed like they were kind of on this learning curve of being supportive of this stuff. And if anything, you would kind of think like Babylon was like some of these other forces, and maybe they're associated with it and whatnot. But maybe the whole thing was associated with, like when we think about world dominion, Babylon. And so then I think, whoa, where did that come from? And then, so it plants this seed of caution, right? And I just think, okay. And I don't think I say anything at the time because I'm starting to feel like I'm monitored. I'm getting a little bit, a little bit paranoid about just being cautious about stuff. And I think I'm just going to keep that to myself. But it did plant that seed of caution, right? And so then I start looking into, with this awareness of what are they involved in, or what are they doing, just cautious, I guess, and realizing like, okay, these other, I was cautious of these other efforts. Now I'm cautious of these things, and I'm just kind of trying to stay in this path of whatever this distinction is developing. But then what it starts to cause me to think about is scripture, like scripture and Babylon and stuff like that. And so then I start kind of referencing to, and I'd already kind of been aware of this, but I was also doing systems theory stuff. And, and then looking at like, what does it talk about in scripture in the book of Revelation, like mystery Babylon, And then like the whole system, the Babylon system, right? The whole like market and network and all of these things, and that it's actually it like creates itself as this type of animation of peace and resolving the world and connecting the world, but it's like actually hostile to the saints, right? Has this like oppositional animation. And so I start realizing at the time, and I'm thinking, just to kind of be on guard, I guess, and then I start seeing other people kind of hint and warn about some of their involvements and stuff like that. And I'm just realizing like, okay, I just really don't know. I just have to kind of be on guard or whatever, and not, like connect with various ones in the wrong way, or think that it's okay just because they have this like Christian rhetoric and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, like I already had felt that I was cautious about that kind of stuff, but it was just like a reminder in my spirit. I say that because a lot of these things eventually start to feel like it's really easy for people to hide this stuff in the marketplace, or to cover it and make it seem like it's not what it is. And so I'm trying to introduce a way that tracks with how this awareness of stuff evolved over time, and how even I had gotten caught up with just not always looking at it and just seeing kind of the obvious things of the outcomes that get erupted in the public, but not really like the other generating things behind the scenes, and how deceptive it can be, and how it can appear to be so helpful and useful and doing all of these things. What I then, let's see, how do I kind of skip forward? Let's see, I'll have to try to skip forward. I mean, if something comes up, then I'll try to like make a mention to it. At this time, though, people are recognizing some of the issues within, like, because the Democrat feminist movement makes it pretty obvious. They're pretty, straightforward about some of their stuff. But this other thing growing within, like, the Republican movement with the Kardashian Jenners and some of these connections, and connecting with this male movement that was growing, that was, they were generating opposition, and these women were, like, doing these sexual competitions against the Democrat Party. But they were masking some of what their intentions were within this whole Christian approach, right? And then there were these questionable antics behind the scenes, some of the stuff that they were involved in, what they were doing. Eventually, a lot of different things happen, and at this time, I'm living in a different place, and I'm still trying to stay involved in these like debates, and I'm starting to realize there's this animation of this direct opposing that I seem to have with like Sam Harris and the atheist movement in the midst of all of these things. But what's facilitating this strangeness is that even Sam Harris seems to like be supporting me being able to have those discussions, and so it's kind of strange. It's like a weird pushback, but then like he's also recognized, almost like he's recognizing that there should be the ability to have the conversation, so he kind of preserves the ability for it as well. So there's this kind of strange aspect of it going on. I start to think at the time, like, I just feel like I'm trapped in this like palpable bubble, this almost like weird membrane of things happening, because every time I try to connect with people across the way of this growing strange interaction, it's like I couldn't quite reach across to those having these conversations, and then those in my everyday world were kind of blocked from being able to understand what was going on and couldn't really track it. And so I was kind of caught in this weird conundrum, and then that's when I started to have that page where I was talking about like the echo chamber, and I would start doing these things where I would utilize certain code to try to like make reference across the way, and I would try to gauge stuff going on through the feedback loop that I'd get from. So it caused me to kind of be in this weird conundrum where I felt like I was being surveilled. There were certain kind of forces like intensifying and controlling the way that the media or various ones were interpreting my stuff. I started to not really get traction with some of my stuff. In the meantime, though, then there would also be like high-ranking people seeming to make reference to trying to pierce through that and saying, no, we see you, there's stuff going on, da 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 da. And so then it would start to seem like even high-ranking officials in the US were like trying to make reference to this stuff going on because they could see these conversations developing. So this is why, in retrospect, I think, what was the strange connection that was being had there? Who was controlling it if even some of the US like people in certain positions were seeming to make reference to it? And at one point back in the day, the first term of Trump, when he was noticing this happening and making reference to stuff, he seemed to even kind of hint that there was connections to it. And so then it started to feel like, well, what are the forces then if he can't, And so like I said, I don't know if it was connections to Israel or Mossad, but I did notice that Netanyahu was following and tracking this stuff going on, and he was making reference and trying to keep the pace of stuff going on and making reference to a variety of other things. So then I start following various other ones that are involved in this stuff, thinking like, okay, for whatever reason, I'm on the radar of a lot of these people. They're nervous that I am influential of a lot of their atheists and theory-oriented people and idea makers and trade. There seems to be this effort to absorb me into these other feminist movements, and then luckily a lot of these other different ones are helping push back on that and keep the distinction of the quality of conversation that we're having. And there were all this strange stuff developing, right? And so associated with it was just so much bizarre energy and animations and things happening. And so then eventually I kind of get to the point where I start to have this strange stuff happening in my life. And so long story short, I decided to move because I also at the time had young children and I was a single parent, and there were just these strange things happening and occurring. And so I decided to move back home. And during that time, I kind of take a break. It's all a bit overwhelming. I had felt like I'd been on a marathon for years. I had learned a lot of stuff, and I had other experiences that were very valuable to some of the experiences that I needed to have for the next stage of things. But it was still a lot for me to deal with, and it was still difficult and isolating because it was hard for me to tell people what was really going on. So then I return home and I kind of take a break and isolate myself for a little while. I take a break from online, or I try to just be away from it and just kind of like get on with my life, but it doesn't happen. It re-erupts into my life. I still have to like deal with it. I'm connected to these forces and I still have to kind of push back on them and whatnot. So then at the time I reach out to this other person that I had reached out to, and he kind of had gotten me through sometimes before. And so I was like just kind of messaging him and whatnot and just kind of keeping him up to pace. And I think it was just kind of a psychological support for me because, it was just, he had seemed to know enough online of what was going on. And I had kept thinking like, no matter what I try, things just kind of get like, kind of fall short or whatever. And so I remember thinking at the time at one point, let's see, how does this other part happen? When I get home, I start realizing that, okay, maybe the divide is because, maybe some of the divide is because I'm more involved online at a distance with like celebrities or public figures. And what if I start developing this connection? What if I take a break from being out there and I just connect close to home and just start cultivating those connections that I originally wanted to do in the first place before getting embroiled in all this stuff. And so I just kind of take a break, and then I start to like reintegrate into just my own connections, like on IG and stuff like that. And it's nice. I start connecting with a lot of native content creators and a lot of different ones. And it's just kind of a slow pace. It's just like my regular life. And it just starts to bring a lot of healing because it's just kind of like reminding me being back home and stuff like that. Eventually, I'm trying to think of the timeline here. Let's see, how does this happen? I'm trying to think of how it happens. Anyway, I'll just kind of like gloss over it. So somehow or another, I connect with various ones. And it kind of makes reference to... it kind of makes, like, I start making reference to these, like, content creators. I'm not really trying to make it be about any of this other stuff, just regular life. Somehow or another, it kind of starts erupting and embroiling in some of these other things as though it's, like, inescapable, right? So I remember at one point, I remember sitting there one night and thinking, you know, like, what can I do? What have I not tried? What is something that, you know, if I challenge myself and think, is this just my nerves? Is there something I haven't tried? What can I try? How can I kind of bridge this divide that's created? Is there, you know, any way I can do that? So then through this other content creator, I remember that there was this other native guy that way back in the day when things were erupting online, one of these other characters of this woman that she was from Egypt. She's from Egypt and she was like in the States and she was negotiating for certain human rights and stuff like that. That reminds me, I was actually going to go into something else. She was one that was advocating for women's rights, but she was also trying to help get away from these like exploitative things that were happening with what were being sold as women's rights. And so she was kind of in the midst of this storm of things. And I remember back in the day when I was having trouble making connections, she reposted or retweeted this native author. So then that's how I came to have this native author in my awareness. And so I started following some of his stuff, and he seemed to kind of hint at being a part of some of these things going on. And to my surprise, I remember learning that in our little network of Native communities, he was connected to one of my old friends. And then I was like, whoa, what a small world. That's interesting. And then what was even more interesting was that I had had dreams prior to that of some of my old friends and stuff like that. And so it was just kind of strange that started to occur. So I remember one night between networks of people, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, what have I not tried? What is the next thing? What does God have for me? This is such a strange, bizarre situation. And so his name comes to mind and I think, whoa, that's weird. Maybe I'll try to reach out to him, test the waters, and ask him if he does know my friend. And I'm pretty sure he does, you know. And so we strike up this conversation. And he's pretty careful about it, but it seems like he's trying to, you know, make this, you know, like kind of reference that he kind of knows what's going on, but not fully. And he is involved in activism and stuff like that. And he's just trying to be like appropriate and whatever. So we kind of start talking and some things start going on. And then I start realizing that on the outside of things, so at some level, I think, whoa, this is kind of a nice respite. For one, it was just nice to not feel so isolated and to feel like there was some way of connecting worlds between the chasm of these divides and perceptions. And then it kind of felt like he believed me and he understood kind of what was going on. When this starts to happen, then this like generated tension erupts and then like from the outside, Sam Harris makes some kind of reference and then some other people make a reference. And then I start thinking, oh, do they know? Like, do they know? Like, are they following my stuff? Are they monitoring my stuff? And so then I start switching back from IG to Twitter and people on Twitter are making reference to stuff. And then strangely enough, so like I said, this is where, even to my surprise, I had previously kind of had words with, say, people like Ann Coulter and different ones, but over the course of these years, and she had seemed to see things play out. I started to realize like she was also coming to defense of like women, or like seemingly coming to defense to like some of the stuff that was going on and seeing it play out and recognizing that I actually was trying to advocate for like corrective measures of Christianity and system reform, and I wasn't hostile and I wasn't like doing all these weaponized things. So to my surprise, even though I had once said some things, and I probably disagree with numerous things of her opinions, but I had seen her shift. That's all I'm saying. And so I had all these different people that I was following because I was trying to like be, you know, because I had started some stuff on Twitter around this time because I was trying, you know, like I'd start to realize I couldn't get out of this even if I tried. And so I had to just kind of follow and keep an eye on some stuff going on because it would make reference to stuff. And so I'd have to kind of gauge it in reference to things going on. And so different ones had made reference to me talking to him and stuff like that. And Coulter then even noticed where she even made mention to saying, like, oh, they're trying to instigate a battle, or, you know, something like they're trying to instigate a battle between these guys. And so it seemed like what, like, Sam Harris was kind of doing was, like, anytime there was some kind of, like, other opportunities and stuff, he would just kind of, like, instigate these divides between people. I mean, others can say, well, he can do that, and it's to them if they, you know, it's on them if they get involved and play to it. But it kind of also just seemed like this power play, right? And then I was kind of frustrated because I was thinking, like, why keep stoking the flames? If you want to talk to me, make it happen, we'll all talk and we'll, like, hash it out, you know, or whatever. But it seemed to be this kind of monitoring of, like, stuff going on. And so I just kind of thought, like, all right, something's got to give. It can't just be these constant monitoring and surveilling or these references and stuff being made. They should be, you know, like, in support of, you know, some of these things going on. But one of the things that had occurred around that time that was causing somewhat of a rift was, like, this guy was also in support of some of these progressive things going on, like, in the Seattle area. And Sam Harris had just connected with some groups there from the college there. What's his name? Brett Weinstein. And he had gone there to the Moore hotel and venue place, and Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein had spoken there, and I had gone to that. I was there. Something kind of erupted in the crowd, and I, like, a little, nothing major, but there was something that happened, and then it kind of happened right behind me, and then everyone turned around, and then there was, like, a security guard that came out, and blah, blah, blah. It was nothing major, but I was there. I was at that thing. I had followed the connection of what was developing at that time of what they called the intellectual dark web. And so you'll find the intellectual dark web was this group that had started at the same time, where it was like Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Brett Weinstein, who else was on there? I'm forgetting now. Some other characters. And it was people that were gathering together to have these discussions. Jordan Peterson seemed supportive, that he had kind of watched some stuff going on over the years, and he was trying to push back on some of the views of Sam Harris. And it also seemed like Brett Weinstein did as well. I had noticed, though, that they were kind of getting involved in all these things, and it was kind of a tension that, you know, trying to gauge, like, the involvement of what was happening at the college in the Seattle area. And so I think it was in the midst of that taking place that Sam was also kind of challenging, you know, maybe the direction of how things were maybe going. So then I remember thinking, like, all right, well, where are we supposed to go with this conversation then? And so then I think to myself, like, we're having this conversation and we're trying to develop these connections, trying to like emerge out into the public somehow to have some public conversation, but there just seems to continue to be these, like, blockages and whatnot. There kind of then becomes this, like, little back and forth thing that was kind of instigated between some different groups and whatnot. And so then other people are kind of watching it develop, and they're like, no, like, let's just not get into these provocations. Let's have these conversations. Let's try to make things, have this ability to make these connections, or whatever. So around this time, I just think to myself, man, I just gotta, like, do something. Like, there has to be an ability to do this, to kind of reach across the way, to have these conversations, to, like, something's got to give, some kind of breakthrough, what have you. And so then I decide I'm just going to drive over there. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm going to message a person. We're going to drive over there, even just for the sake of trying to, like, break through, because there had been years and years and years of these, like, references and these signals online and this whole, like, ballooning of this, whatever this strange thing was. And I'm just like, you know what? It's a simple conversation. It's easy enough. So I decide, like, I'm just going to drive over there. We'll have a conversation, maybe a podcast, talk about Native issues, whatever. Because I had tried so many other things. I had driven to other places. It doesn't quite work out. There's other circumstances, this, that, and the other. Sometimes there's a car issue or some other thing. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. What is this, like, chasm of separation, right? That just seems so palpable. So then I'm driving over there, almost there. And then when I pull into like town, then like I hear this news and I'm getting these radars that like because of conditions that Washington has, of COVID and stuff, that Washington has to like shut down. So then everybody has to go in and it's on shutdown. And then I'm just thinking like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. This, like, at this point, I'm like, what else is gonna happen? Like the whole world is gonna shut down? What is even happening? And so then I just think, okay, that just seems to be this situation. And so then I get a room and everybody has to be cautious and they go to our separate rooms and then I have to leave the next day. And then I kind of let them know, like, okay, so I guess that, I just don't know at this point. Every kind of measure, something comes up. It's like the world is battling some of this stuff, or what have you. So then we're all stuck at home. We're all in quarantine and we're at home. Other people are kind of noticing these things happen and then it starts intensifying and incubating because we're all at home and now it's this whole online fervor. And so then this becomes this really interesting stage of these other developments that happen where it's like, okay, we're back online, everyone's at home, it's concentrated, it's spreading through like this whole network, and now it's like this other level of stuff, right? So then this phase of things is there's a lot of details that should probably be added to help it to be more understanding, and maybe it'd be good if I would do that separately, but at this point I'm just trying to do like a quick overview of developments of this strange stuff that had happened. Basically then the simple overview is like we're stuck in COVID. People start to recognize the strangeness of it growing in more of like the entertainment, pundits, influencer realm. Because it starts to become this like play on like kind of beefing and stuff going back and forth and references and whatnot. And I'm still in the meantime trying to like keep reference of what I'm actually trying to do. At the same time, I had started to become involved in like my own work and connection in the community. And so I'm kind of holding the tension of all these different things developing and living in these different worlds, navigating this stuff going on. Initially at this time, it seemed like, I'm trying to think now, it seemed like there's probably more that I can kind of track with it, but at this point, I'm noticing like Kim seems to be following some of these developments and stuff going on. And at this time that everyone is at home, with COVID, it turns into this reference where there's some silliness attached to it, and I think people are just trying to make it seem like the remedy is like it seems like the framework of it starts to become a little off, where they start to make the remedy of it seeming like a relationship, like intimacy, romantic thing. And so then I try to get away from that. They kind of turn it into like this drama thing going on. And I'm like, no, this is about like, I'm trying to negotiate, like certain, like the main point of the whole thing that I've been trying to do. And so it turns into this whole other thing. There's ways we could talk about like going into that. But at the time then it starts to kind of become this thing where in retrospect it seems like Kim kind of notices stuff going on and seems to kind of start being attracted to this guy that's kind of navigating all of these things and trying to like resist this stuff developing and going on. And she seems to start maybe having like an attraction towards him. Like at first I don't even care to think about it. And so some of the stuff that had come up previously when people were negotiating over the years, and some of the topics that had come up was like prison reform. And so around the time before, like years before, when I had tried to, I drove down to California, I tried to connect with people, it didn't work out. And as I was making my way up, like prior to this, various ones were starting to come around and talk about systemic reform type stuff, and they were kind of doing their, like, entering into conversations on podcasts about, like, prison reform and just other things, because people had talked about, like, just all the different measures of topics that were being discussed on, like systemically. And so I don't know if it's a wonder, like, they were, different ones were entering into those conversations, visiting prisons and stuff like that. You'll recall, like, I think Kanye and Kim, or Kanye did a concert in the prisons. And so either things were just coincidentally lining up. It seemed, though, that some of these themes, people were carrying it forward and trying to give reference to it. So around this time, this character that kind of was talking about some things was one of the themes that had come up at the time that kind of was developing. It was, well, actually, this didn't happen yet. It was about to happen. So one of the things that happened during COVID, we were all in lockdown. We were doing silly stuff. There were some references being made. It's going to end up being, but it hadn't yet, it's going to end up being the time when things kind of pop off with the Kardashians and this guy and Ice Cube. And then it's going to turn into this whole other level of stuff on a systemic level. But it hadn't yet. And so we're at home, everyone's stuck at home, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, what is happening? Why is this happening? Right? I just keep thinking, maybe I just, it's like I can't ignore it because it's happening, but I'm trying to get on with my life and do other things. And I'm, all of these variety of things, right? And so then one of the things that happens is all of this upheaval of COVID, some people leaving, some people in protest. So then around that time, and I'm trying to think of exactly if it was just prior to this, like, was it prior to COVID or was it during COVID? But somewhere around there, I think it was just before, maybe. I'm forgetting my exact timeline, but somewhere in that sequence, this whole occurrence happens with George Floyd. And there had been a series of things happening, right? All of these upheavals and all of these things. And so in the midst of it, this character that's trying to help me, this native guy, gets kind of like pushed back from the atheists and different characters over the years that had seen these things develop and noticing these things happen. I had kind of put something out kind of in a way of saying, like, is there anybody that can kind of reach across this divide, and I was kind of making not jokes, but like just how, like, trying to just be like, I'm stuck in this echo chamber, trying to do this systemic reform and blah, blah, blah. And all this strange stuff is happening. And at this point, I'm just kind of getting, like sending out my signals, right? In the midst of this stuff happening, then Ice Cube, then, let me think of the sequence. I start following Ice Cube, and I'm used to him from back in the day. I mean, I know he's a character that does all this other stuff. He comes across as kind of scary, because that's kind of his portrayal of stuff. He's like doing his thing. But I remember him from back in the day, and I'm familiar with kind of like the 90s era stuff. And I also had seen him in other movies, and so I know some of his stuff is kind of like acting, or being a little theatrical. But there's some seriousness to it too. So I'd seen other movies that he was in, and so I know he also has this other serious side, or whatever. And so I end up following him. It's this whole thing where I think I just had seen an ad of his movie come out. And he's kind of like the older version of Cube. He's not like the one that we grew up with. I mean, he is, but... and then I remember like, oh, I forgot about him. And like years prior, I had made a joke when we were negotiating stuff online. I had made this joke about like, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like, I don't know, whatever. I had just sometimes in the midst of all of the hysterics say silly stuff. And so I was like, oh, I forgot in the midst of all this, like, how come I don't follow Cube, So I start following him because I see that ad. And then next thing I know, I kind of reach out to him. And then this native guy that's kind of being protective and kind of like advocating for stuff, says something to Cube on Twitter, and then I wake up and there's this like little mild like thing going on. So I wake up and he had said something to him, and I'm just thinking, oh man, like what is this turning into? And then I wake up, and then the next day, what's strange too is like I had this weird occurrence the night before, or the day before, and I was like, oh man, something's in the air again, something's gonna happen. And I was like, what is it gonna be? So then I wake up, and then this tragedy happens with George Floyd, and then Ice Cube says something in reference to it, because we had just been trying to like negotiate like police reform and stuff like that, and prison reform and just other systemic issues. And so then prior that night, the other guy had said something to him, and so then he says this thing in reference to like George Floyd, but he kind of says it in, let's see, how do I deliver this? The people that know already know, but I'm trying to like summarize a lot of content here. So he makes reference to, because we had kind of gotten into these references online of like distinguishing between good and bad and not getting caught up in good and bad. And it's this whole long story of like this counterintuitive thing where even in scripture, like the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, there's this like cycle where people can misunderstand good and make references to bad. So this whole like good and evil thing, right? And also how sometimes there could be this appearance of good, but it's not always good, right? Anyway, there's a long story behind the whole good and bad thing. But you kind of have to understand a little bit of that to understand the reference that he makes. So he kind of makes this reference, something to do with like, I was going to be on Good Morning America, but now I don't feel like it or something, because of what happened to George Floyd or something like that. And then he shows this picture of that guy that, but he also kind of looks a little bit like Eminem. And then he, you know, he's wearing a MAGA hat, and he's kind of doing this thing, you know, it's like this remake of the George Floyd thing. For people that were following kind of know though, because at this time, like, that's when there was reason to believe that like some of these characters knew of some stuff going on, and there were all these like countermeasures to some of these stuff that popped off online, and so it seemed like a little bit of a flex toward him, but it also just meant what it meant. So it was kind of like a lot of people were talking in doublespeak, I guess. Like, it also meant that. It meant that he was supposed to be on Good Morning America, but he no longer felt like it because of what had just happened to George Floyd. But it also kind of seemed a reference to, because this other Native guy is like Native Black, and he would do a lot of these like approaches on like the Native Black approach to things. And there had also been this, gosh, how do I explain this? So it was kind of a play on these other rhetoric that were happening that were kind of like good and bad, right? Because he was talking about advocating for reforms in the community and whatnot, and then Ice Cube would be that which is like looked upon as these complex characters in the community, right? And we all know that in the whole like stuff that was happening, and this is in context to a lot of stuff that people had seen pop off online, like tons of stuff that was happening, and some of the Black men that were starting to try to develop reforms in the midst of what they were finding were some of these obstacles with the Democratic Party. And so it was also this connotation of like trying to seek for reforms and be a part of systemic reforms, but there were all these surfacing issues coming up. And so it was also kind of a play on seeing the development of this other guy advocated a lot for the Democrats and support for women, some of the women in the movement, but he also was trying to like advocate for certain change and like healthier approaches, I guess you would say. He could maybe also be, he also maybe was like recognized possibly by Cube as some of those that would be in the community that would maybe be on the panels with like Oprah or other ones speaking on some of the troublesome behaviors and stuff like that. Maybe not. But there was kind of this like intersection of things that happened. And so then you kind of have this version of Cube and this version of this other guy. So then this becomes this whole other thing that starts popping off, right? And I think to myself, what's going on here? All of these things that are kind of breaking forth and surfacing and all of these things happening, right? And so what's also interesting of what intersects with this event is that it happens in Minneapolis, where I believe is like where the connection of the headquarters of the American Indian movement happens. And so it's this intersection in Minneapolis of now this whole conversation, this upheaval that comes out with the American Indian movement and Black Americans and seeking systemic reform. And we have this intersection of these two complex characters, right? And so I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, wow, what is happening now? It's this whole new stage of things that happen and kind of start developing. They kind of start getting into words like back and forth a little bit, defending themselves and kind of going back and forth. And so it then starts to become, and so then I like try to navigate between it of like trying to use the opportunity to kind of connect the like issues for systemic reform within Black Americans and Native Americans and whatnot. In the meantime, then it starts getting turned into this generated tension between men and women that were supporting it being the Democratic side and then the Republican side. And I'm just like, okay, here we go. There's this other thing now happening. They both start signaling support for the systemic reform, though. So I'm trying to like navigate between like, all right, this could be like, let's have these conversations online, you know. And in the midst of it, then I have these other women that are kind of following, and they're trying to generate this pressure for the Democrat side. Not just the Democrat side, but just some women in general, because I noticed then they're like starting this pressure and influence to, it kind of becomes this competition, right, of these sides. And so they start kind of creating this connection to as though it's like this generated battle that kind of Sam Harris and different ones kind of instigated, where it's this continuous battle between sides as opposed to like reconciling different positions. And so I'm thinking, I don't want to get caught up in some of this stuff, but then that's what it kind of turns into. And so it just seems like this energy is like unleashed. In the midst of it, there's this stuff that breaks out, in the community, in these protests and some of these like really horrific protests. And what I mean by that is you start finding like a lot of this stuff breaks out, and some people are like literally like stoning each other and throwing things at each other, and it just becomes really horrific. And I just think, oh man, like there's like some major wounds and stuff like coming out here, and this is like a whole nother wave of this like hauntedness and this stuff happening in this like system of things. Because it starts to become this battle of certain groups kind of like creating their public pressure points or, platforms, which I understand if they're being, if there's this like pressure mounting and all of this stuff. But then it starts to kind of turn into this like Democrat or I don't know, just these different sides. And people start kind of turning it into almost like, I don't want to say this because this doesn't need to get involved in this, but it wouldn't make sense to try to unravel the complexities if I didn't just like name it. But they try to kind of turn it into these like romantic gesture things, and really at the core of it, it's just these other negotiations. And I just think, like, what is all this stuff happening? And so different celebrities and different ones start to make reference to like trying to get me to connect with this like native guy and kind of be at odds with like Ice Cube, and then they're like trying to put pressure on him for what he stands for and whatnot. And I'm trying to get out of this like whole storyline and whatnot. In the midst of it, then like this is when Kim kind of seems to chime in and notice this whole like thing going on. I mean, I think she had already noticed. This is what it seems like anyway. And he's like a lawyer, right? And he goes in and visits people within like prison, like, you know, certain situations and whatnot. And so she starts kind of creating these connections as people are at home and talking about like prison reform and stuff like that. I mean, it could be purely coincidental, you know, what have you. But she starts to seem to have this attraction toward him and saying that she wants to study to be a lawyer and like doing all of these things and whatnot. And at first I'm just thinking, it seems obvious to a lot of people that she's making reference to him, that she seems to like him and attracted to him and stuff like that. And it's nothing really to me. I wasn't trying to do anything there. And so I'm just noticing this, right? But she starts to seem to have this reference where she's like testing the waters and trying to come across as like intervening to like be helpful and help him with me, but in reality like testing the waters to see if they could maybe do something and then try to get me out of the picture, which is just kind of weird because first I'm like, I don't even like this framework because I'm not trying to do this. It's awkward. We're trying to like, you know, negotiate some things and what have you. Other people will say, no, that's, you know, that's not a, like, you know, that there were other, you know, blah, 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 whatever. Because the thing is when we were doing religious, because a lot of the religious negotiations became a little bit funny and silly because we were talking about Song of Solomon and there were these whole song playlists and people were doing silly things and there was just so many things involved with it. You have to understand, because like even when Seth MacFarlane did like the A Million Ways to Die in the West and this horror show and whatever, there was just a lot of like signaled joking. So you have to understand there was like tons of that going on too. And so this guy like did this funny playlist and this King of the Hill like funny playlist. And so there was like a little slight like stuff going on with people. But I'm still trying to like keep composure, right, and not be involved in all this stuff. And so she kind of chimes in and she's doing this thing. And at first I'm like, oh well, whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm trying to get involved in this stuff. And see, you have to be reminded, like, I'm not naive about, but I'm just not involved in like the women in IG and OnlyFans like competing with each other and doing these things. But it's kind of like a big thing that they do. Like they look at other women as these competitive sexual whatever. But so at the time I'm just kind of like, it's not even a thing. Like I'm not doing that. I'm trying to do this other stuff. Some of these other women kind of get involved in stuff too. Like they're all trying to like get me into this, like, I don't know, like beefing or something, like doing these sexualized competitions. And I'm like, nah, I don't even have time for that. I don't want to do that, you know? So anyway, initially it's just not a big deal. But I start noticing her kind of like getting involved in this stuff and doing some of these things and making references to lawyers. And so you start finding these women, because it seemed like Ice Cube starts to support this kind of like male side of stuff and whatever. And then this other guy by proxy starts to become associated as like the men advocating for these women and this women movement. So these women kind of join around him, whether it's really his true stance or not. And they start creating this pressure of these women supporting him against this other side and like, you know, what have you. I start to think that it's just incorrect, and it's starting to formulate another one of those examples where it's not really the thing that we're seeking, and now it's turning into these other industry type stuff. And so I'm trying to intervene and like negotiate what it's really about and help support like different ones making these different like suggestions about things and whatnot. Around this time, then it starts to kind of stoke the like online Black Twitter in some degrees, and then the online Native Twitter, or IG, or just different groups. And then it starts to become like these like heightened questions about all of these topics, whether it be colorism, racism, colonialism, like religion, police reform, security, activism, and then like pretendians, and just like all this stuff across the board, and this huge wave of all this stuff. And so at the time, I'm really grateful for the Native guy coming in and kind of being a buffer for these negotiations. And we kind of have this understanding where it's like, we know what it's like negotiating these things. And even like Cube seems to, it's like, we know those actually within these like really difficult discussions, it's like we kind of have this awareness where we know how difficult it is. Let's help navigate this into a useful way. But it also is this tension. There's a lot of provocations going on, and then there's these like feminine sexual competition things happening, and it's like trying to turn it into all this other stuff, and it's this whole fervor of stuff happening. And so there's kind of this stage where they get a little bit territorial though in the mix of it, and there starts to become this like developing beef between like the guy saying like almost like it's not your turf to talk about this stuff, like I could, like let it be like a Native discussion. And then the other one is kind of like we could talk about this stuff, we're all talking about systemic reform and we're in support of the community and stuff like that. There's a lot of things that kind of develop. Ice Cube then starts kind of making reference to, like, he starts getting a lot of pushback on things. He starts getting labeled as being like MAGA and all this other stuff, and it's not really accurate. It's just that he's trying to negotiate some of these things. In the midst of it, they both kind of seem to make reference that they're not really on the different extremes, and they kind of clarify that they're not in the extremes, and it kind of seems a nod to like what I had said in the past about these certain extremes and this thing I was trying to introduce, that some groups were like catching on, and it was like a way by which they were trying to explain like not to get caught up in these sides that keep generating these divisions and whatever. But even so, it would still persist in these frameworks, and so there was still this like whole animosity of stuff happening. And so eventually when it shifts to different ones politicizing it and making it these extremes, I start noticing that Cube really is helping, and he's bringing up a lot of good content, and he's kind of pushing back on stuff, and so I support him. And so I just feel this need to like support his contribution and these other contributions. And so then I'm supporting him, and then he makes reference to, and I hadn't known this at the time, because at the time I had been saying that I had felt called to help be in support of like Islam and stuff like that. He initially, when he kind of like came on the radar, it was just kind of systemic reforms and stuff that he was used to, and he was kind of saying he's aware of these kind of things and kind of making reference to like he felt like he had enough of a platform to kind of help be a part of like this breakthrough or whatever. And so initially I welcomed like both of them. I wasn't trying to make it a divided thing. And so then some of the women were kind of coming against him. There were these other things developing. There were numerous other things kind of developing. And then he kind of made reference that he kind of made it known on his Twitter that he was Muslim, and like his Islamic connections, and he was connected to Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam. And then I think, oh wow, interesting. And so I kind of start following like this whole like Nation of Islam, some of the background of it, and Farrakhan. And so at that time I start kind of connecting with some of these groups and seeing some of their like history and background and whatnot. Around this time, like so many things are starting to surface in rapid pace, and it also seems like, so initially at this time, then of course like Ice Cube has support of like Snoop and like different ones. And there kind of seems this caution toward, like, initially there's this caution toward the Kardashians and different ones that I start to find that like Cube and Snoop and some of them have toward some of the things within their network. And so initially it seems like Kim kind of chimes in and starts supporting this other guy. And she connects with some of these other women like Chrissy Teigen, seemingly like that we see online during that time. Some of these other women in that network, and they start supporting this other guy and putting pressure against like Cube and Snoop and like Dre and all of them, you know. And I think, all right, I don't think this is accurate. I'm, you know, like, of course they're rough around the edges. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it, you know, but at the same time, it was like, we're trying to have these tough conversations. They're making reference to negotiating the system. Cube was even trying to like negotiate with like ways to kind of navigate what was breaking out in the towns with like police reform and stuff like that. He seemed to be trying to like calm it a little with some jokes and theatrics and whatnot, but he also kind of had his image to like preserve. And so at the time I was like, I didn't want to scapegoat him or anything, and I had actually felt that initially he was really trying to help. And so anyway, when I like started to support him, it seemed like the women were then at that time, that group that was starting this whole thing started to support this other guy. And so then I'd message him and I'd say, I'm not trying to be against you, like, or something to that effect. I feel like I tried to clarify some stuff to him. Like, I feel like there's potential, you know, like basically I feel like there's potential in negotiating these things. I'm not trying to like divide these guys, right? I don't want to get caught up in this stuff, and it just feels like some of this framework of what these other groups are doing. And so at the time though, there becomes these like theatrics where people are kind of still beefing with each other. So I do kind of think they played into some of those theatrics themselves though. And but it was in the midst though, in retrospect, there were some major things happening in the influencer circle where people were making claims on the outskirts of stuff. And so these guys, I felt like, were attempting to have kind of like a decent conversation of stuff, but there were major influences occurring, you know, like accusations and mudslinging and stuff like that I didn't always see because I just wasn't always involved in it, but I'd seen enough, right, to not be like naive about it. One of the things that I had noticed at the time, though, of potential was it was legitimate that there needed to be, if we were really in this like systemic reform thing, that there needed to be conversations on Black Americans and Native Americans, and that there was a difficulty in, you know, like what we were seeing within like Minneapolis and stuff like that. So I do think at this time, even though there was like this whole upheaval of stuff, some of these characters, even though they're clashing with each other, like these guys, there was usefulness in some of, from their worldview, what they were noticing and stuff, you know, in retrospect, that they were trying to surface and bring up. But at the same time, they were still getting caught up in some of the beef and other stuff. And so I was trying to help navigate and, you know, all of these things going on. I'm trying to think how it kind of developed, like the initial switch. So it's kind of all bubbling up and pending, and there's these women kind of keeping an eye on it. And in the midst of it, Kim is starting to seem to develop this attraction to this guy, this native Black guy, this lawyer guy. And she starts making this language of stuff. And in the midst of it, it's like she's testing in the waters, like pretending to get close to the conversation, in that she is trying to help me, like quote unquote help me or something. But I started noticing this strange behavior. And like I said, it's not like I'm really deeply invested in it, or I wasn't going to get into this whole competitive thing. But I'm trying to think of how it kind of like kicks off into this other strange behavior. But anyway, I'll have to think about it later. I'm covering a lot of ground here, so I'm just trying to like generalize. But somehow or another, it kind of turns into this thing where she's helping this guy, like, combat this, like, cube in them. And, or, like, that's kind of the way she's kind of framing it. And some of these other forces, trying to think, like, some kind of political forces seem to be kind of coming against the other guy and probably making him even more vulnerable. And so in some ways I'm thinking maybe they are helping him, you know, so some of the awareness of stuff. And so that's kind of what initially I'm thinking. I'm trying to think how it transitions. I can't think of it right now. There's like a story to it, but how it transitions to where it kind of shifts and it starts to seem like Kim starts framing it as she's like helping this other guy to combat me. And so she kind of turns it into this battle against me or something as I'm trying to support Cube. And at the time, I think I'm not falling into this whole thing. And then I messaged a guy, I'm like, I'm not battling you, like this whole thing, you know, whatever, something to that effect, like clarifying. And I think she's kind of doing some strange things, but I'm just trying not to be about it. And he kind of says, yeah, da-da-da-da-da, I kind of see that. Or he kind of makes reference to it. And then, so then they both start seeing that. This whole thing kind of shifts. And she starts having this strange behavior where it's like her battling me for some strange reason. And then I'm thinking, like, what is she battling for? And so she starts posting and, like, trying to provoke me into these, like, sexual things. And, like, when I log on, she's, like, doing this weird behavior. And I just think, what is happening here? I'm not getting into, like, a filter bikini contest thing, you know, whatever. Like, I just don't want to do that right now. I'm trying to, like, we're trying to negotiate, like, historical traumas and all this other stuff. Like, what's happening? And so then I start getting this whole thing, this strange thing happening. So then the shift of things start occurring. And then this is like a bizarre stage where even some of the other women that were watching stuff take place, they're like, why is she doing this? And so strangely, even though like way back in the day, it kind of started with Sarah Silverman and some of these women like getting competitive toward me and doing this weird stuff and like trying to defend their turf, start coming out and saying stuff like, whoa, what is happening here? And they start realizing like Kim is doing this whole thing and it's like this whole whatever happening, and they start noticing it, and it's almost like she can't help herself, and it just gets more intense and more intense, like she's battling for this guy and like getting in this weird thing. Every time I log on, it's like these like strange pictures and this whole thing and this other thing, and I'm just like, I'm kind of like, why is I don't even want to be a part of any of this stuff. And it's almost like this whole unleashed strange fervor of like their whole world or this industry or the way they battle people or the things that they do. And I'm like, I'm not doing this, you know, I'm not trying to be about this. So she just kind of like intensifies it. She starts making references using like her skims and some other stuff to like kind of taunt or shame or do these other things and make body likenesses and body position likenesses and other stuff. And so like eventually when I first get started on it, there's some people that kind of mean well, and I think they're believing some of the like theatrical framework, and they start recognizing it. And so then strangely some of like the women in the Democratic Party you know, start seeming to help and come to the defense, and even making reference to maybe helping me or doing some other stuff and helping me connect to this guy, because they're starting to now fall into this whole framework of like me battling Kim for this guy. And I'm like, this is weird. This isn't what this is about. But then at the same time, I'm like appreciative of like, okay, there's this strange thing happening. And so then it kind of seems like during this weird battle, like this woman, this is alleged, I don't know, no one's clarified this, but it seemed like through other things happening that because you have to understand, in the midst of this strange, there was like the atmosphere, the context of things happening was very heightened. We were all in COVID. People were kind of being hysterical. The world was like nervous about their lives. People were dying. there were protests in the streets. There were horrific protests in the streets. People were being stoned with bricks, and some guy is chasing after someone with a sword, and all this energy is unleashed and whatever. And in the midst of it, they're like, Kim is like acting out in this weird sexual behavior and doing these weird things. And then this other woman, I think in her attempt to help, and it was like Chrissy Teigen, I believe, she was like trying to help this other guy, and I think allegedly sent him money to like send to me or to do this other thing, or I don't know, but it didn't quite work out. And then Kim was like competing, and so like I think Kim like sent him money or did this other thing, and she was making these references, and it just turned into this whole weird fervor of all of this stuff. And I remember thinking and messaging him like, I don't know if you had gotten some stuff, but I also know you're being like targeted by like seemingly like the government, other groups. So if you can use it for whatever your protection and whatever stuff, like go ahead and use it. At this time, like other groups around Cube seemed to like make reference to him, and it turned into this whole other thing going on. And there was just all this upheaval of stuff going on. And he had even seemed to make reference to some other characters around him trying to do some other stuff. And so it's not like I wanted that. And so I'm just thinking, all right, well, if some of these other characters like giving you assistance is helpful, then like, okay, I'm not a big deal. But at the same time, it's not like I'm saying the framework is what it is. And then I'd also try to clarify and saying, I'm not getting caught up in the divide between, I'm not trying to make it a divide between you and Cube, because I actually feel like there's potential in helping him like negotiate these other issues that are surfacing. And so I'm trying to navigate all this stuff, right? At the same time, it gets into this whole snowball of this beef of like all these content creators and all these different divides, and and I'm just thinking, oh man, like what is this whole stage of things? So then at the same time, it just unleashes this like strange behavior, to the point where at least the strange behavior starts like getting the other women to be like, oh, maybe she isn't our enemy, like me, like she's being attacked by the crazies, or whatever. And then they start making reference to, so this is like a strange turn of events. So then everyone starts kind of noticing this like strange behavior. So then even Cube is just like, WTF, like, what is this? And so he kind of makes this reference of like, this like Snow White girl like being hung, or whatever, and some of these other things, and like, kind of like the like the crazies doing their crazy thing, like the whole Snow White story, and like some of these other like women and stuff that he kind of makes reference to. And it seems like it's just this whole strange upheaval. And so then it seems like these guys kind of join forces, and they're just like, what is she doing? And so they kind of put this pressure on clarifying and stuff like that. But then there's still kind of these other lingering competitive things going on, and multiple other things occurring. So initially it seemed like Kim kind of maybe interpreted that when she was helping the other guy, that he would be in support of her helping him. And then he was even kind of making reference to her and kind of taunting some of these other things. And she would kind of take the bait and kind of go back and forth until eventually it seemed like Kanye, because I guess at the time in retrospect, like he was in Wyoming and they were living separately. And so she was kind of building this case of like, I'm fine, I'm not like arguing that she wasn't, because people were kind of saying she was like making her marriage vulnerable and stuff. And so it seemed like she was arguing a point that she wasn't, and everything's fine and whatever. And then it kind of comes out of the blue, like Kanye then like tweets something, and it seems to make reference to, so this was after there had been this prolonged activity and stuff going on, like this kind of like strange behavior. And then her sisters seemed to kind of join in on it a little bit. at one point in time, it seemed like Courtney tried to bring corrective measure to it, which is like important to note, because if we're really trying to get to unraveling some of the like distortions of stuff, there was a time where it seemed like Courtney was trying to differentiate between it because she had seen it take place. But at the same time, they also started helping Kim battle against this guy. And it seemed like Kim was beefing with him because she had thought maybe she had a chance with him. And then there were like some things that kind of shifted there. And then there started to be this like, potential maybe that he had proof that she was kind of doing some things because maybe she was paying him, or something at the time when, it's hard to say. I don't know, but there was some strange things that started to happen to where then the sisters like band together and started to like make reference to like she was still kind of flirting with him because I think she was trying to get me mad. I don't know, it was kind of just really bizarre behavior. And so if you look back, there were times where she's making reference to like studying to be a lawyer and having these sexual positions. And it was kind of at that time where it seemed like she was trying to compete, or I don't know, it was some weird thing. And then it was like, she's like, I can't wait to like show my dad I can be a lawyer. And just like the way that the whole language and stuff seemed to be, and so then at the time when he would kind of like make corrective measures and stuff, like it seemed to like kind of get them riled up or upset, or her. And so then her sister seemed to try to chime in. It was almost like they're trying to get her off of this because she was being destructive or caught in this like battle. And so it seemed like at that time then you saw Courtney chime in and try to like create a diversion, because it was really becoming this whole strange thing online. Even Sarah Silverman was saying like it was kind of bizarre behavior, or kind of seemed to make reference to it. The tides kind of turned, and I was thinking like she finally started to see the support of like me, not just automatically connecting with some of these questionable characters in some of these like antics and stuff. And so it started to kind of shift a little, where it seemed like Sarah and different ones strangely then started to like come to my assistance a little bit and kind of be like, this is bizarre behavior. Maybe seeing that I actually was trying to negotiate for some stuff. And so it kind of shifted a little bit there. And then some of the other characters started to shift too. And then it seemed like, so Courtney was trying to come in and like create a diversion, and it seemed like she noticed that they couldn't really trust like at the time it was like Snoop and Ice Cube at the time. And then they also didn't seem to trust this other guy because he wasn't falling for some of the things. And so it seemed like Courtney kind of could read the times, and she was like creating a diversion. And so this is when you seen that she, what was also kind of functioning under the surface was that in the midst of it all, the Kardashians were starting to be critiqued for, what do you call that? Cultural appropriation within like the Black community, and kind of exploiting the Black community and whatnot. And so it kind of started to seem like Courtney could kind of read the times, and so she was kind of making this transition. And it could be that she just absolutely fell in love with like the one that she was with now. But it also seemed functional at the time, where she propped up that relationship and started to create a lot of this public persona of things. And it actually did help, because then during that time when a lot of people had their eyes on the strange stuff that Kim was starting to do, and it was starting to kind of come to a head, because eventually then Kanye would learn about it. She was kind of shifting gears with, at the time you could see she was really amplifying her PDA type behavior with her new relationship. And so it was all over the media that they were doing these like this romantic relationship stuff. And at the time then, it seemed like Chloe chimed in and was telling Kim, like, something like, Kim, give her dress back, Kim, give her dress back, or whatever, and making reference to, because I had made this connection where we were joking about, it was kind of this joke about systemic correction and reform, where I said it looked like a dress when you looked at the pyramid, that whole other video, right? And so people were kind of making reference to like this certain dress, right? And I just kind of laughed because there was like this whole other joke. Like, we were simply trying to make everything so lighthearted and all this other stuff, but in the midst of it was all this upheaval of like really intense situations, right? But I still felt like Chloe was helping her frame it as though she stole my man, give her man back, and like they were just doing they just started to kind of do these strange like sexual competition type stuff, like create a diversion over here with these sexual acts. Kim was doing these other things, and then Chloe was trying to say give her man back, or do this, or give her this back, or this, that, or what. And I'm like, none of this is what this is about. I'm trying to like, still joking, like just trying to do a Bible study here, or whatever. What is this even happening? And then for one, I'm like, I'm not even like, what are these storylines, right? So I do admit, like, when it starts to get like really into the trenches, I do start saying some silly stuff. So instead of getting into these weird competitions or the framework of their, like, they start creating this sexual competition thing. I do start saying some like joking things which maybe piss them off, or whatever. Maybe that just like, I don't know if it was useful or helpful, but then at least other people started to come to my assistance and seeing that, like how, the way that it was developing and creating. What's kind of peculiar about this now that I talk about it is that the general public didn't even know this at the time. The marketing and the schemes really covered it up. A lot of people then kind of entered into this and helped kind of cover it up. And to this day, like, the general storyline isn't even about this, about what Kim was involved in and playing a part in, seemingly playing a part in some of these distortions and, but anyway, we'll get there, right? So this kind of started to happen. Different ones started to see it develop, I guess, in a strange way. Like, then I started to see like Sarah Silverman starting to like actually help and be of assistance, and like some of the other women movements realizing like, oh, you're not just trying to beef with people, like you're actually trying to help, or whatever. And I'm like, see, I wasn't, and I don't know, maybe they were just used to like battling in these types of battles and then realizing that I wasn't. So in some ways it was kind of useful for them to start realizing, and so they kind of, different ones started to keep an eye on it and kind of make corrective measures and realizing, whatever. So I wanted to like get to that point too, because I didn't want to just leave it, kind of where it was. Whereas though there still eventually would be tensions though, because I would still see people not, in the establishment Democratic Party still not really coming out and being honest about what actual reforms and advocacy are, and still kind of towing the line of establishment politics, foreign policy, and all those other issues. It's all very like interwoven and complex. At the time, though, there's this movement that's starting to grow, this understanding that's like palpable, and people seeing it take place. Ice Cube does kind of storm the stage, and at the time he helped kind of start negotiating. I started to connect with like the Nation of Islam. I hadn't really realized how far-reaching it was. I hadn't really realized how much of an impact Farrakhan had. He was very much on people's radar for being like anti-Semitic, or claims that he was anti-Semitic. I didn't realize that Ice Cube had a past of, being labeled as anti-Semitic. He would come out and say he wasn't anti-Semitic. They would kind of try to bring a corrective measure and say they were trying to do systemic reforms, but their reforms were always refused. And so it really did open up this whole other stage where I was realizing this other thing happening. And so I was trying to hold the tension for that to be developed. There was a lot of slander and stuff. His page was, at some point in time, his page was shut down. He got, he started to get framed as being anti-Semitic. and he was kind of on the radar for some of those things. Then it started to turn into this whole other aspect of goings on. I think even at the time, like, I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro and a lot of them knew that this was happening. And just as much as like Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens kind of knew that this was happening, I'm pretty sure. And it was kind of hard to like differentiate between all of these like developing sides. I think it kind of put Shapiro in a conundrum because he was he was very much against like Farrakhan, it seemed like, and some of this like sentiment arising, but at the same time he had also seen the developments that he seemed very much against some of these like questionable movements of like intertwined in the feminist movement or whatever. And he had even like previously been involved. I think he might have been involved in the intellectual dark web and some of these discussions surfacing, and he had tried to be on the side of religion, and he was trying to counter Sam Harris. There were all these like complex moving parts, right? So then this ends up being the stage where the Nation of Islam kind of connects within this thing that's occurring, and some of this movement starts developing. It becomes really complex, and maybe I should take a little more time to think about it, but then it's not really like the left and the right as much as people just kind of trying to figure out what's this thing happening, right? So previous to this, and also at this moment, if people with bigger platforms were willing to have not just instigate, but had taken potential, to have these conversations which people seemed to become very much aware were going on, there could have been those conversations, but they were actively being blocked, and people were being canceled from being online, and people could have helped select for the betterment of the conversations happening, but there kept being all these pressures, right? So around this time, this strange hostility started to develop with Kim and the Kardashian Jenners. They started kind of formulating this pressure and creating these kind of they were really sexualizing a lot of their content to build their crowd and whatnot. And it was also tied to what seemed to be a little bit of hostility to protect their brand and their image and their approach and all of these other things. And they were now directly connecting themselves to kind of like the world market that was opposed to these systemic reforms. A lot of the language started to become these like systemic reforms. And in the midst of it, though, there were signals of tensions between all these different groups and a lot of this stuff snowballing. So I will admit that. So then at some level, when it starts to become apparent that, I feel like I don't want to skip over too much, but there's just too much complexities to try to explain. It kind of starts turning into, different ones battling this connection of these conversations online. They start interpreting it as like anti-Semitic. And so you start to find so around this time then, Kanye kind of chimes in. You start to see some videos where the paparazzi notices that Kim's over in Wyoming and they're having this heated conversation or something. Next thing you know, they're going through this separation. There's all this kind of back and forth of the separation. Kanye starts coming out with saying that because he's speaking out and trying to clarify some stuff, and he also is having some other of his questionable behavior, that Chris and Kim are going to go over and like threatened to put him in a mental institution or something. He's starting to feel challenged, so then you kind of start seeing what becomes this cover story, or what the story ends up being in the public, where you kind of see it develop, where it's framed as Kanye is undermining and attacking Kim or what have you, and she's just trying to develop her life. And so then she partners with, so some of those that were involved in this that seemed to know what was going on were those Amy Schumer and different ones. She was being critiqued by some of the other men, so I don't know, maybe that was some of her incentive to partner with Kim. I don't know. Maybe she just was not I don't know. But then you start seeing some of these different influencers partnering with Kim. She starts developing this approach, getting platformed by various ones. And what it starts to seem like is there starts to become this rift between some in the industry that start partnering with Kim to kind of take on and put a stop to these other systemic reform movements, also involving these movements within Islam and stuff like that. And also the Native movement and other things. And because so many were enraged by Ice Cube and his Nation of Islam, and saying that some of the stuff he posted was anti-Semitic, it really grew this crowd of investment for Kim. And so various ones she started to seem like she was packaging herself then with support directly against Ice Cube, which was partnering with the Democratic establishment. So then you see her having partnerships with so Kim brings in, or Kris Jenner and various ones seem to bring in all these partnerships, whether it be Hillary Clinton. She's partnering also with Amy Schumer. She's being platformed on Saturday Night Live. At the time, it seems like they're trying to cancel Cube from being on Twitter. He starts then, because before he was trying to say that he wasn't, he was trying to negotiate and clarify between, not being politicized. He then put out his contract with Black America, and he was trying to explain and try to de-escalate some of the upheavals in the streets, with the need for police reform. And so he's trying to negotiate on those terms. Other people kind of seen that take place, and so they tried to intervene and kind of platform him and give him a voice, but then they started to become attacked. And so then around that time, Trevor Noah was trying to help platform and give a voice of clarifying pertaining to Cube, it seemed like. Then he started to come under pressure, and then eventually it seems like from his own convictions or situations in life, he leaves then because, it starts to become apparent that questionable things are happening. Maybe he doesn't want to get involved in that, but he did start trying to platform Cube, and there was times when he was trying to clarify the stuff with happening in these schemes and what seems to be a dishonest portrayal of Kim in the news. And so then you start seeing the Jenners, Kardashians start amplifying a lot of this competitive, sexualized rhetoric, building their crowd and selecting for this certain storyline. And they start getting all of this support from what seems to be support from Israel, investments, Jewish investments, and they start really stacking the cards for her to be able to combat Cube and these movements and whatnot. They have this extra fervor of anger and rage and competitiveness and all of this other stuff involved in it. And then others that kind of have a conscience, in some of these movements, start recognizing it and just thinking they knew she was in the wrong, and a lot of them knew that the story being told was not true. And so basically the media starts helping to frame it as though, and it's not, Kanye is a complex character. The way he responds to stuff, there's a lot there to kind of sort through. But it really is dishonest how they portrayed what happened. There really did seem to be forces to cover for it. You saw then that prior to Kanye really just going for it, he was trying to negotiate through some of those things. When it started to first happen, it seemed like different ones noticed it was happening. For instance, like the comedian Dave Chappelle, and he had gone over to visit Kanye in Wyoming, and they kind of did this whole thing, and he kind of did this spiel where he was trying to explain at one point that a lot of people that start to become viewed as like going crazy, there are other forces that are doing that to them, or whatever. And so he's trying to negotiate between these things. A lot of various ones that got caught up in some of this fervor, I don't know that they knew all of the things. They were just continually being instigating groups. And then some of the industry started to kind of make a play on it by platforming Kim as like looking like the character of the one that like tries to attack the Snow White character. And so then you start seeing these characters like being developed of like the Snow White and this other character, and just like turning it into theatrics, right? Instead of just really like getting into the heart of like change and reform and stuff. And so then you find that Cube is almost canceled. Some of the funding of some of the characters are kind of undermined. There's other levers that they tend to seem to have to be forced into like partnering with. At the time, so initially there was kind of like this support within, like maybe it was like Dre, Cube, Eminem, Snoop, different ones. But then there became this rift that kind of grew between them. Between some of the approach to stuff. So you start seeing like this like rift that started to develop when people were kind of like negotiating some things. And later it seemed like the Kardashians capitalized on that rift, and they seemed to have like kind of strike a deal with Dre and Snoop. And then that's when you see that eventually the Kardashians start seeming to have some like overlapped investments with them. But then Ice Cube keeps towing the line, and like to my knowledge seeming like he's refusing to cut those deals and stuff. So he kind of keeps being maligned, and then he starts getting more frustrated about it. I mean, it could all be a show. Maybe this is all wrong, but I'm just kind of saying what it seemed like to me. You start to see then he comes out and he's just kind of like draws a line in the sand and starts thinking like, all right, if people think I'm on this side, then I'm on this side. I'm going to go talk to all the people that are like the no-nos that you don't talk to. So then he starts going and he talks to like Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan and Bill Maher and different ones, and he's kind of getting his story across, and he's kind of saying there's other forces, like the industries. He's talking about all this stuff behind the scenes with the industries, and that he had tried to be a voice for saying what was really going on, and this was before people wanted to really come out and say what was going on with the industries. And then he was even saying how some of the like they're trying to do this prison reform and stuff like that, but then he starts coming out and saying that, explaining how some of the, let's see, what's the wording? Like some of the labels actually own the prisons or something to that effect. And even though he seems to be making reference to the actual industries and whatnot, he also seems to be making reference to this, like, now what became the signaling of trying to explain what the Kardashians were doing, because the industry was helping give this appearance and create this imagery for Kim as helping people in this prison reform and these corrective measures, being platformed and being the victim from all these like black men, being the victim from all of these other things, and then people not coming out and really saying what was going on. And so he starts to utilize this platform to say these industries own the prisons. Like, even though they're trying to pretend to have these reforms and whatnot, there's other ways that they can buy these appearances and create this imagery. And I started to notice that as well, where they're trying to like sell the Kardashians as these like helping women and helping reform and helping these things. And they were really manufacturing a lot of this stuff that just didn't fit with what other people were actually seeing was happening. And it was as though they could buy this imagery and buy, you know, and so at the same time, others were trying to come out and say, and you see them getting silenced. Others were coming out and saying, like the guy that said Kim Kardashian ruined my life, basically kind of saying how they kind of swindled him out of the copyright of stuff and made millions off of like his designs that he was being paid through them to have, and they kind of stole the copyright and made money off of it. They tried to make it so that he couldn't come out in the public or people wouldn't hear the story. And then the other story that was coming out from the sex tape, where they had propped it up on their show and sold it to the public, that Kim was the victim of this whole thing. And whereas from the sounds of it, that the story had become that Kris Jenner had wanted them to make that sex tape, to the point where they even made a more nasty one because it was to her liking, or, you know, more to the liking, or that she thought was sellable. And then that's what like Kim built her brand off of and bragged, even, you know, like she taunted it to her sister, saying like their careers are due to her, you know. And so, you know, basically like off of sex industry, and they had even gotten into that seemingly weaponized approach because they had stole money from his mom. And so then they made this sex tape and did all of this other stuff when the mom had tried to make them, you know, like have them make amends for it. And so instead they do this whole slanderous sex video. And so it just seemed like, you know, story after story, you know, coming out of them doing questionable antics, partnering with people to undermine other music deals or questionable things and copyrights and connections to churches to get out of taxes. So this whole thing just starts to come out about this false story that various ones in the media are helping them curate and produce this whole storyline. And then it's very much like building this case to be against all of these measures of systemic reform, seem to be taunted and targeted toward me, not even speaking or making reference to these actual corrective measures. And so there had been this rift that they kind of capitalized on that seemed to grow between, possibly at the time, and I think they had maybe made amends, but at the time, between like Dre and Snoop. And so then that's the time where you see like them swoop in and like they make a deal with them and they intensify this rift and provoke this whole storyline. And so then more and more it seems like Ice Cube's getting like isolated. He does start to there's this whole thing where I eventually have to try to get to like this like improper approach where, and maybe I'll just kind of gloss over it. So there's a lot of ground to cover, but like basically you start to see this like animosity between what seems to be some groups like in the Jewish community, not all of them, but some in the investment community that were making reference to like this anti-Semitism, start really supporting in great measure like the Kardashian Jenners, and intentionally trying to help prop them up to battle Ice Cube and different ones. You start noticing then that the investments in some of the things that Ice Cube has are not really getting, you know, like supported. And then he has this Big 3 basketball in the summer, you know, like business that he's trying to get off the ground. And so then like the NBA partners with Kim and Skims and starts propping up these investments with the Kardashians in the NBA, excuse me, in the NBA. So you start seeing like all these kind of like capitalistic kind of competitions, but they're, you know, like propping up the Kardashians and the Skims brand in seemingly like direct competition against some of these other ventures and undermining some of the other abilities for some of these other connections. in the midst of it, it starts to get intense to me in the sense where I'm trying to be supportive of it. I see that there's a lot of corruption and stuff going on, and like false appearances, false displays of like what's actually going on, and you start to see it play out live. Like the way that the media creates these stories and generates this buy-in and these references and manufactured appearances of like peaceful measures that in truth, that's not really seemingly what happened, right? And how deceptive it is for the system to prop up these types of characters as this like Judeo-Christian strength, right? When you're seeing what they're actually doing and generating and who they're combating and that they're actually resisting these like spiritual systemic movements and et cetera, et cetera. That's not to say that it kind of got really messy and I don't agree with everything that people were instigating or provoking, but I also saw they were coming up against a very powerful system that was displaying all these other antics. Like there was also threats being given, certain ones threatening just a whole range of things, and to put people in harm and to undermine their ability for their money and business and all of these things. And basically at the heart of it, though, near those times when there were legitimate proof for proper negotiations to go forward, even evidence of saying like the interviews being done initially before it kind of got into all these other things, the contract with Black America, the negotiation with other people and whatnot, it just kind of turned into this whole thing where the Kardashian Jenners were then getting propped up to formulate all these like certain interactions and stuff like that. Around this time, then, it seemed like there were measures to like directly resist and kind of absorb and distort what I was actually about. So eventually, when it kind of got into all of these other industry type stuff, I kind of just backed away from it. It started to seem like it was getting involved in all of these other antics. I started to feel like the Kardashian Jenners were they kept trying to seem like be in direct attack mode to me. They seemed to be monitoring and making reference to the things that I would do in my private life, or when I was like where I was working before. And so, as I would try to like write myself out of it and stuff, they'd make reference to like my kids and, like other references and stuff. And it seemed like there were other forces helping them to kind of infiltrate and create a likeness and a framework, and then intentionally getting other people in the community absorbed and helping the media to intensify this improper framework to instigate groups into these certain divides and like infiltrate community interactions. And at the time, there seemed to be these references where Israel was even connecting with various ones to infiltrate and instigate various sides as well. And so I started to become aware that it seemed to be these other types of distorted Judeo-Christian, which I don't even know that I would attribute them to having Christian values or approaches, because they were in direct opposition to what Christian groups were trying to do in the spirit of reform. They were in direct attack toward me. They were infiltrating, lies around various ones' lives. And so it was in this climate before October 7th, right? Tremendous amount of like numerous things happening, that people were very much aware that there was this kind of like attack being waged against, some of the stuff that I was working on. There were intense measures. At this time when pressures were mounting, so this is where it's also complex and like it kind of gets infiltrated in all these other things. But there was this moment when because it was starting to become so incredibly distorted, Ice Cube had even made a mention of saying, like people noticed this was kind of like a world framework of stuff. Connections of Israel and all of these other pressures were developing. It had already shown that those that were following it noticed that it spanned internationally, Those in the Islamic community knew it was far-reaching among various ones, and there seemed to be those that were trying to utilize this awareness to advocate for negotiations with Gaza, and just all of these other measures, right? And so then at that time, different ones were trying to encourage some, because people were getting canceled and blocked on Twitter at the time, and they were trying to encourage Elon in different ones, because at the time Elon knew of what was happening, seemingly knew what was happening with Kanye, and Elon seemed to have noticed it, and so people were trying to get him to buy out Twitter, and so they were advocating for him to buy out Twitter and all of this other stuff. Basically, long story short, he does. But then eventually, though, through other pressures and other instigations, though, even though he had started to seem to advocate for this stuff, then he gets embroiled in it. There's these other connections that seem to kind of infiltrate his life. I don't really know what the details are there, but instead of kind of being on this curve of this change, he starts getting absorbed in it. And his reasoning starts to seem to be that other forces are attacking him and all this stuff, and maybe that's the case, but there's all these different intersecting of things. I don't agree with some of the other stuff. It's just I'd wish that people wouldn't get involved in the distorted views, which then kind of undermine their efforts of things. But I do have to make note, though, of in the mix of this whole swarm of things, there was a time where people were wanting him to because this was starting to become this world like Monopoly board game thing or something, and the Kardashians then were challenging various ones. Israel was propping them up. They were suggesting that they were getting support from all of these other entities. Kim was going to other places and paying to go to Rome and like Italy, to make these portrayals and references of stuff that I had said, as though it was kind of like a threat toward me. And so she had really upped her ante to really turn the whole world upside down as like this battle that she had with me. So there was this thing that I had said in reference to things, and I had said, because she's like, a billionaire or whatever. It started to be this battle of billionaires, and I had said something like, in my attempt to negotiate previously, because people were instigating all these other battles between groups, and I had said something silly. Like I said, I would try to like take the edge off a little bit, and I said something silly like we can negotiate with the Italians. Like there's plenty of opportunity to make these improvements, blah blah blah, whatever. And I had said something like, and I said something stupid, like, for instance, like we could do better than Columbus Day, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Because I said, I love spaghetti and I'll die on this hill. And, I mean, it's true, like, ever since I was a kid, I was like, I love spaghetti and pizza, but whatever. After I learned about Pizzagate, though, I'm just like, I don't know, bruh. But anyway, I'm kind of getting tired here. So, she, like, flies to Rome and parades through the Vatican, or something. And then she, like, goes to this place and posts this picture of her eating spaghetti. And it just kind of seemed to play on this whole thing. And I'm just like, what is even happening here? So you have to understand, like, in the context, then I have this, like, crazed Babylonian type figure waging this battle against me. And I'm just like, all right, God, you have to, like, show up, or, like, what are we going to do in the world here? This is turning kind of wild, all these millionaires and billionaires doing this stuff. And now we have, like, Israel propping up this character as their animation of power, whatever. And so, God does something, or, we got to figure this out, what are we going to do? And, So then around that time, in the context of this crazy thing that people see kind of mounting and developing and whatever, then people are like, all right, Elon, buy Twitter, like, call the bluff, And so I have to kind of say this because, like, not everybody was kind of seeing this stuff happen. So he does, right? And then he frees other people, all of the characters. Like, I'm not going to justify... There's a whole story with some of these complex characters, but a lot of them were involved in this too, and people don't know the story. But, so then there's that, but then he also then gets starting to get absorbed into all this stuff too, and he kind of falls for it. And so it's like there's pros and cons there, but still he's trying to hold it down for free speech on X. But then he's starting to say that he's kind of having his life threatened or whatever. And so then you kind of wonder, like, what's really going on there. So then in the midst of this, these other characters then start, like, just the Kardashian-Jenners just start infiltrating all these likenesses. They try to start taking jabs from all these different angles, whether it be my family, my kids, the community, lying about, seeming to, like, distort a lot of these things. A lot of characters then help platform them to curate this image of their storyline to deceive the general public. And so there seems to be this chasm between what the general public seems to understand and then what some in the industry, in the entertainment industry and social media through this signaling understand what's going on, because you could follow their investments and what they were doing. And so some of this was like this major conflict, right? And then one of the things eventually is I did start to get upset. So I kind of got upset about some stuff and some of the ways that a lot of these developments were occurring. And I had joked about, and so I'm not trying to be about this, but I had joked about, because people remember that had seen it develop. That's why I'm mentioning it. In the midst of stuff, there was a lot going on, so I was trying to, like, keep the pace of, like, staying in shape and being active and whatnot. I'm kind of, like, chilling out on that now, but there was this point where the Kardashians were kind of threatening a lot of stuff, and there was a lot of lying and scheming, manipulating and whatnot. And they were countering it, and they were getting support, seemingly to be supported on social media, to have these appearances and whatnot. These false likenesses and drawing people into seeming as though they were curating this image of being about these reforms and whatnot, but it was very much distorted, and they were very much weaponized against the actual movements. And so in the meantime, I had made a reference of, like, how did this even start? Because there were kind of like these animosities and whatnot. I'm not saying that I'm about this. I'm just trying to clarify the order of things. Like kind of punching one of them in the face, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I kind of said this in a private message to someone, just kind of venting, or whatever. It kind of turned into this whole thing about this fight animation stuff. And then Kim started to make a reference like, well, there were these tensions too where she got like in this squabble, like this whole like tension with her sister, and so there was kind of like that vibe. But then later she was saying like she's not the fighter, like Chloe is. So then there started to be this instigation with like reference to Chloe. Initially Chloe was just like playing it off and saying stuff about how she's just like preparing for life. Someone was like, why are you working out, Chloe? Why are you working out? What are you trying to prepare for? And she's like, I'm preparing for life, and it was kind of a play on words and whatnot. Because people were making reference to life as being, because there was like this whole reference to life and all of this other stuff, right? And so it was kind of this play on like this whole fight or whatever. And I was like, oh, this will be like the fight of the century, whatever. People will probably pay $1 billion to see this fight, whatever. Because people in the industry kind of knew that there was this like mounting pressure between their lies and distortions and whatnot. And their function was that they could keep generating these lies and deceptions at a distance. And And so one of the things, though, that started to generate as people were putting attention and kind of platforming Chloe was that it kind of then shifted from, because they were trying to make her, platform her as like this reasonable character and whatnot. Eventually, though, as I kind of spent time in my own convictions and direction, because at this time, it seemed like Dana White even knew about stuff going on. He had followed stuff online and was trying to like gauge the times of stuff. And it even seemed like, let's see, I don't really want to go there at this point. But anyway, I had kind of said at one point that it wasn't really about, like I'm not chickening out about some kind of like confrontation or whatever, but in my own convictions, and I was kind of explaining and saying, at this point, even though in my frustration and even though in my humanity, I'd have to admit that in some ways I would like to get into something like that because of the magnitude of these distortions and the frustration and the anger and whatnot. I also, though, am not going to give up on the distinction of what I actually am and sell my life short for getting into the false theatrics and getting baited into a connection with these characters where I know that they're not about the spiritual connection that I'm about, and to even associate myself with them would, could threaten to distort what I'm actually about. And so I then basically like changed my mind as like just kind of getting on a more of a corrective path, and then not continuing to try to like resist them or oppose them, because as they were doing that, it would just generate them. They would get more money and more influence and more deception and more lies as they would just target in on my life and distract me. And then I started to feel like I was being more distracted by like these deceptions and these provocations than I was actually staying focused on what I was about and what the distinction for my life was about. And so I switched gears and I just started, because even at that time, the more that I would get upset, then the media would help them generate, just like falsely channeling where the angst and the frustration was coming from. And the media seemed to be using them to invest it in causing a rift between people in various communities and falsely referencing where these pressures were going. And then they were the more that people would try to come to assistance, then they would infiltrate their lives and cause disruption and destruction in their lives. And so I just remember thinking it was just such a web of like corruption and distortion and destruction, high investments, and a lot of these like world dominion powers. And they were being invested by what seems to be those that also invested in distorting and creating improper, corrupt measures through foreign policy and all of these other measures. And so they had connections to these characters and these false stories in the public head, the public perception. And I just had felt like any kind of response to them in that way was really just selling myself short. And so I just, through my own attempts of like spiritual disciplines, just like shifted gears, right? I just say that so people can kind of track the behavioral dynamics that you see them play out and the things that they're doing and the taunting and the messaging and whatnot. So then that's when it starts shifting to where Kim navigates through this partnership with Chloe, and they start creating this storyline, and it becomes useful for them because then Kim already kind of had a improper track record and she was kind of losing credibility. And they seem to be like covering for her storyline, which was starting to come out as not being accurate, and there being some lies and schemes, and they had to really work hard to keep covering for these things surfacing. And so then they started to put Chloe on the forefront, seeming to think that people selling her as like she's the more reasonable one, she's a corrective alternative to the rest of the Kardashians and all of this stuff, but not knowing that she was also in direct opposition to me and being sold as though she was trying to help me and bring these corrective measures and what have you. She knew very well, though, that she was in direct like relation to distorting and exploiting my life, and that's actually how I experienced it. and helping create this story to combat various ones and to isolate me and to make me vulnerable. And so what it seemed like the media apparatus was doing was trying to help Chloe come across as being on the forefront of women's rights. And the story that they started to tell was her story as to advocating for women that had been hurt or broken by men. And so they started to then shift the storyline as to how to undermine these men that were trying to help, and creating these stories and repackaging her, rebranding her as being that which is like speaking on behalf of women that are abused. And then as they invest in support, so what it kind of seemed like was trying to brand her as this other imagery of being that which is helping women. And so it seemed like they were starting to, like, in the meantime though, she's actually functionally harassing women. They're trying to bury where she was targeting women and very much like going after women and targeting women and like getting into these exploitative relationships. And then when the exploitative relationships don't work out, then she would attack the men, and she wouldn't take any responsibility for her part in these whole exploitative ventures. But they were really rebranding it as though she's the one that was being this responsible woman, and she was betrayed by these men, and she now was the one to help women, to prop them up for these healthy relationships. And so it started to become this imagery of her being the face of women and the redemption of women and conquering men. And as I started to see that play out and thinking like, but she's attacking women. They're bullying other women. They're using the system to isolate other women. They refuse to have actual corrective measures for what systemic reform is. And then they're complaining that it doesn't lead to love when they're actually exploiting people, and they're helping other people exploit other people. And they're utilizing a system that is exploiting people's lives and then refusing, actual corrective measures. And then the media apparatus is helping them sell this story. And so as we enter into this, and she from a distance is signaling her bully tactics and all of these other measures, and then trying to sell it as this like sexualization and all of this other stuff, then my life kind of takes a turn, right? I had felt like, because something that needs to be mentioned is eventually through like the Israel and the connections and whatnot, there becomes this storyline where Cube gets kind of instigated, and he, maybe he shouldn't have fell for it. I did notice he started to become kind of like pushed into these approaches where I feel like he starts getting instigated and attacking some of the wrong people and going after various ones, and then it kind of gets infiltrated into this whole different thing that affects others in connection and network. And so I do admit that eventually he kind of takes a wrong turn, and then he has to do these corrective measures. And I kind of, at that point, I kind of explained to him that I'm backing away because it's kind of taking a direction where I understand and I still honor when he did help and what he did, and I respect that. And I also am not going to give up on the actual corrective reforms of things. But then I say that I'm not getting into these other instigated battles. Some of these things you kind of like allowed yourself to get caught up in. There's other things developing that. So anyway, basically I just kind of let it go. I'm just kind of like, okay, you do your thing. Respect for the areas where you did help. Correction for the areas where you kind of got involved in some stuff that I don't agree with. Same with this other person. So I went through the stage where I took a break from all of it, and I just started kind of doing some other things, right? And so then I kind of thought in my mind, like, because another thing too is like my involvement with them kept getting me embroiled with the Kardashians, and I didn't want to be involved with any of it. And I felt like eventually they were becoming so swarmed by it that they couldn't even get out of those dynamics either. And so I kind of just like take a break from it, and then I start continuing to do and work on my own stuff. And I kind of just say, like adios to the different ones, basically, of like like we're still going to align the system. We're still working toward it. There's still progress, but I'm also shifting out of this and like continuing to shift toward where I need to be and what I need to do. And that's kind of, where I left some of that stage of things, and it kind of calmed down a little bit. But I was still noticing this strange, what now had kind of shifted with like Chloe being on the forefront of some of these things going on, and her and Kim, and I was just starting to notice, like, so then what even frustrated me even more was that Chloe was starting to brand herself as being very Christian and kind of taunting the very thing, and like trying to align with this whole Bible study thing and whatnot. And for me, I just felt like this was like a tremendous issue, because they were in direct relation to other people doing questionable things. They seemed to have no qualms or hesitation about some of the stuff that they'd been involved in and done. The whole thing seemed to be very much a taunt. And at the same time, I do feel like, and this is like a whole other topic, but I do feel like Iran knew, various ones in the Islamic community knew. And we were starting to see that this certain force of Israel in some of these connections within the U.S. was formulating a lot of these major issues. And I think they pretty much knew of this happening as well. And I think they had known also of some of the negotiations that I was trying to be a part of. And there were all these other measures happening, because I'm pretty sure that Netanyahu knew as well. And they were kind of like pinning various groups, like Netanyahu and Israel seemed to be doing these various measures where there were times where he was trying to instigate the sides of Cube, and then he was trying to instigate the other sides, and then they had Israel forces paying the Kardashian, like, how they say, like, bleeding all sides. And so as I'm seeing some of this stuff develop, and then I'm thinking like in the midst of a lot of this stuff happening, then we have like various measures where there could have been opportunities to like prop up the correct conversations, but many of like the Israeli forces were intensifying these pressures and seeming to side with various ones and make these certain investments and like ignore the opportunities for other negotiations on numerous accounts. And so in the midst of that, then you see like October 7th breakout, right? And then this whole other thing shifts gears. And then you see like some of the women and various ones like that seem to view it as like this whole other shift of things. And so then, long story short, like you kind of see the Kardashians intensify their relationship with Israel, and you see them come out and say it, and you see the investments increase, and you see the divide increase between what then starts to become this like U.S. dominant system force directly connected with some of these characters, and the Kardashians kind of being on the front lines with it, and the Jenners in these negotiations and their alliances with those types of Israel, right? And so then it kind of enters into this whole other stage of things, right? I kind of take a break on that because it's such a shocking thing, and I just think like initially I'm not sure what to think about it. Of course, it's like all of this is like numerous atrocities, right? It's not as though it just starts on October 7th. There were numerous things developing and building, and a lot of lives being like oppressed and occupied leading up to that. So then you start finding some of these influencers that were a part of those types of platforms start getting like platformed even more and further investment. And then you start seeing Israel forces or allies coming out and saying how they're connected with like these various ones and these investors and whatnot. You start seeing Israel saying they're going to bring Skims to Israel and all these stores and other shops. And then you start thinking like, see, we kind of figured you were siding with them and these billionaires and different ones creating this and curating this story. It's really bizarre for me to look back and think that had I, like I didn't, I wasn't even looking at these characters when I was just trying to like do my little study thing, right? But then it turns into these things. And then you see them right there situated in this like Babylonian power. And then I start recalling and I'm thinking, I had this deep warning in my spirit. And it's just, even though I'd seen, like over the years, like God, like develop and manifest and show the truth of all of these different things, it's still just like, it's kind of mind boggling to me where I'm like, it was several years prior that I had this warning in my spirit of this like Babylonian power and these connections. And the Babylonian power is that which like oppresses and tries to, like oppress the saints or the Spirit of God, or whatever. The spiritual movement of God. Like this fixation, right? So I'm like looking at this stuff unfold and I'm thinking, is this really real? Like, is this really happening? I try to like play it out in my mind. Like, is this really happening? Am I making this up? Is this like pattern recognition that I'm like not, And so then around this time, then those characters that had seen these things develop, right? And in the past, we were trying to negotiate proper relations with Israel and proper relations with like Judaism. Like if people were honest, they'd know that that's what we were trying to do. And so you see these characters and these things develop. And then at this point, the people that kind of knew what was going on, because even at this time, there were other different factions of Islam that were trying to like there were very much other opportunities. There definitely were opportunities. Like you see, though, other groups attempting to try to develop those opportunities. Like you saw Jordan Peterson reach out to other Islamic scholars, like in the UK, and have these discussions and various other ones. But then you also see, though, they end up inevitably getting caught up in these connections with Israel, and then the way they see it and interpret it. And so at the same time, I'm trying to like get ahead and help bridge that gap. And like people could see that people are trying to, because I try to work on religious negotiation and stuff, but then I just kept being blocked. And then it just kept being this replacement of like Israel and, all of this stuff happening. So then I start realizing like, this isn't like, this isn't the spirit of Israel that, like there's something else going on here. And so this is when I start using the language of like the Babylonian power and some of these distortions, and even these distortions of this like Christian rhetoric and these Christian quote unquote Christian influencers and whatnot. So then around this time, and I'm probably like skipping over a lot of things, it all starts to become very complicated because in the midst of it, then there becomes these like extreme divisiveness again. And this is where I kind of land right situated in our previous election where, after the Gaza incident, then, or the October 7th, then you see like the administration at the time, like intensify these battles and these approaches. And, so then there's this other split that occurs between trying to preserve some like political, like in the midst of it, trying to preserve some like political distinction between things, and then this other like opposing movement that's starting to generate. And I'm still like trying to find in between it where I just think, all right, this is kind of like being, developed into these other sides again, and it's not quite, like what I'm trying to be about. But then they're trying to recruit people to like kind of sell this political slant, the Democratic Party, to be like at odds with like Islam again, and it's this whole thing again, and all these like intertwined like confusions of things. And so then in the midst of it, though, it just becomes so intertwined and confused, and then you do get these polarized views, and then there's these, like all of this stuff, like people had seen this stuff play out, right? In the public, in the midst of it, all these occurrences. And then it kind of leads up to, I noticed different ones. I'm kind of surprised, but like I'm starting to see them kind of shift gears, and even those like Charlie Kirk and different ones are starting to, notice that some stuff seems to be kind of playing out, and they're starting to look at this questionable connections between Netanyahu and his administration and some of these investments, and then they start recognizing and seeing some of these things play out. I'm not saying that I don't know enough about what really happened with Charlie Kirk and whatnot. I think for me, it still is just there's this questionable aspect where he did seem to have this rift or something that was developing with Netanyahu, and the way that it seems like some of the relationship near the end with Israel was developing, it seems like the public doesn't want to come out with those corrective measures, and then in that, people are still becoming like implicated or infiltrated by this improper approach of Israel in its improper connections and alliances with some of these questionable characters and these corrupt antics and whatnot. And so then at that time, somehow or another, like I stumble into this other. So the strange thing that happens is different seasons of things that they still progress and they go forward. But then there's times where I then have to shift gears because it just kind of becomes its own other thing. And I have to have my own corrective measure and realignment with stuff. And so then I kind of shift gears. And somehow or another, then I find myself, I have to think exactly how it happened. I think I started to follow, trying to have more of an understanding of what was happening behind the scenes with like Gaza and October 7th and what the story was and investigative journalism. And then, so then I kind of find myself emerging into this other section of things where I'm following the investigative journalism of stuff that kind of happened along those lines. And then that's where I start connecting with content online. With I'd remembered Max Blumenthal from years prior when I was online several years back. But then I, kind of reemerged at this stage of things with a lot of Palestinian advocates and whatnot, and noticing some questionable stuff that I had seen develop with like Israel's behavior on the world stage. And so in that, I had seen that I was just like, well, what's really the story here? And so then I started getting connected and following some of the stories with the investigative journalism. And then that's when there's like the Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Matei, his crew, their group. And then somehow or another, I stumble upon some of the content of Dave Smith, and then this libertarian movement, the anti-war movement, and then also like all of the other associations that are kind of in that developing network, right? Jank, and then this whole shift, just various ones that are joining in on this, like some of the other ones that had seen some stuff take place, including Candace Owens and various ones. And so then you start seeing this shift happening, and people that actually were following what was happening in this other storyline. And I'm pretty sure Netanyahu and Israel knew, and other ones knew that this was developing. So various ones were trying to work overtime to shift gears into these other kind of societal pressure points. But for those that were kind of following the direction of where this was going, you did start to see Charlie Kirk and various ones bringing up these questions. And so then you could see, for those noticing that, it was developing this traction, right? And so what I started to see kind of take place there was various ones, chiming in and creating a platform for these conversations, and it was growing internationally. And even to the point where Charlie Kirk was right. He was saying in his pattern recognition, seemingly before some of these other things occurred. Like I said, I didn't agree with all of what Charlie Kirk, like there's plenty of things that I would like resist or oppose in his viewpoints. But I did start noticing he did take a shift seemingly near the end. And so I was like recognizing some of that. Even so, though, like he still had his views. And so, seemingly, then that's when he kind of like writes that letter to Netanyahu and telling him like he's kind of seeing stuff take place and whatnot. It seems, though, that Netanyahu and them, like in their perspective of things, kind of get offended by that. Almost seeming like he's portraying some kind of other major influence and making Israel out to be not as influential as they'd like to think that they were, or not the most powerful, I don't know. It just seems like a little bit like, it's not like the response, I don't know. There just seems to be something kind of questionable there. As though he maybe interprets it as Charlie Kirk saying that he has more power and influence over him, and they could see all of this happening, and that Netanyahu should respond to some of his strategies and whatnot. Instead, though, they seem to notice, though, that he's connecting with various ones, and he seems to be a part of like platforming what seems to be this growing influence. And you notice, though, that those watching the development then see that these conversations are growing, and they're getting frustrated about it and getting enraged about it. And so then you see that when people start negotiating and talking about it, there then becomes all this pressure to like kind of shift the story and turn the story into all of these other antics and whatnot. You also start to see like Khloe and the Kardashian Jenners start like implicating themselves in this storyline, and then following some of these different characters and creating these certain storylines, I guess you would say, like accompanying it. And so then I kind of reach out to people and say, like, just kind of be careful. There's these other things attached to some of these storylines. Like try to like keep the pace and not get caught up. They have a tendency of dividing the story and turning various ones into like opposing these situations. Just like try to keep steady on like what this is really about and what have you. So then it starts getting like drawn into like some of these other storylines, like infiltrated into a lot of the references that people start to be making and whatnot. Then there starts to be this connection between similarities between like what the Kardashians start connecting in relation to like these alliances with Israel, and then these like alliances with these other women in the States or in surrounding, like whether it be Canada or other groups, where they start kind of like connecting these women to what they're like start labeling as like this women's movement and women's rights to support Israel against like Islam. And so then they start packaging it as like these women's movements and whatnot, and start targeting these men as like doing all of these other things, I guess, all these allegations of these men and whatnot. And so the more that these people become platform, so then becomes like this questionable occurrence, like people kind of seeing this stuff developing, and then Charlie Kirk then uses his platform to kind of counter that narrative, and he platforms some of these characters, and then it kind of pisses people off, and then there's like this momentum growing. And so then in the midst of all of that, then you see that it like pisses off some of the Israel contributors, and they start saying stuff like, we need to make public executions a thing again, or something to that effect. And so then you start seeing these characters like enraged by this and feeling, seeming to feel betrayed by Charlie Kirk. And then next thing you know, there's like the assassination. We don't really know what's involved. Maybe there was just some other strange antics going on and a whole intersection of things. But then after that, it seems then what that atrocity becomes used as is a crowd capture, where Israel then comes in and replaces the influence of Charlie Kirk and then turns it back into this influence of Israel. And then you start seeing then, like the whole thing with Candace coming out and saying, like, trying to like get ahead of it and say like there was some other things happening here. This isn't true. And all of this questionable antics with Ben Shapiro being involved in it because he was like opposing Charlie Kirk and some of these other ones that like Israel was enraged at them are now being platformed and whatnot. And then you have these other women coming in and connecting and saying that they're like this Israel and anti-Islam movement for women's rights, and like you have the like Kardashian Jenners and different ones kind of like supporting this and like maligning these other characters that are trying to speak out for Gaza, and turning it into this like being anti-woman and like all of these terrible men. So then I kind of find myself like stuck in this whole conundrum, right? And seeing this whole mess of a thing kind of like play out. And still all just like very peculiar. I feel like I've covered a lot of ground here. I think I've kind of like fast forwarded it to be, what I was trying to like have understood or whatever. There's like so much in between and so much messiness and so many other things. But at the end of the day, some of the things that I ask myself is, in the mess of this whole thing though, like, what is God really like, right? The whole thing that I was trying to talk about in the first place, looking at the system, looking at the world system powers, looking at these distortions of people that try to like situate themselves as being this like saviorism of women when they're actually attacking women, when they're using a dominant exploitative world force against women and against men, and then trying to kind of play the victims as to why this like dominating force doesn't produce love for them, and then blame the men and then malign the men. That's not to say that men are innocent. There's toxic masculinity, there's toxic feminine, but what really is freedoms given so that other people will say, so some of the storyline that they'll say is these women that developed this, they have to do this because these men are after them and they otherwise wouldn't be safe, or whatever. But I don't buy that. I don't think that that's true. I mean, yeah, maybe they got themselves into these precarious situations, but they don't need a dominating, corrupt system that is being utilized through investments to, destroy whole communities and whatnot. They don't need to have that type of pressure to develop for themselves some type of like reasonable safety. They don't need to go and corrupt other people's lives and exploit networks and lie and scheme. At some point it just becomes their addiction and their fixation, and the lies and the schemes that they have to tell themselves because they become fixated on attacking other people. And at some level we can still afford for in reasonable approaches to develop safeguarded communities, have practical safety measures, while at the same time reducing the oppression and the corrupt networks among businesses or what have you that are waged against people. There's no reason to say that for your safety, through your exploitative measures, that you need to continue to exploit people at the most extreme and atrocious ways, within world powers. There's no reason for those levels of like heightened occupying forces and deceptions. And no, it doesn't lead to some proper form of love between men and women, or justified weaponization of women against men. It really is a lot of corrupt measures. It really is a lot of lies and schemes. It really is kind of taking the stage of corrupt systems, needing to have Islam or other groups to attack so that they generate this whole perpetuation of self-corruption. I mean, it's just a lot of lies and schemes that I had seen over the years. It doesn't result in the truths of the gospel message of Christ. It doesn't result in the truths of some kind of formation of Judeo-Christianity. It doesn't result in the truths of love between men and women, or, protective measure or practical protective protective measures for women against men. It's a lot of lies and schemes. And, you know, kind of getting to the point of like, at the end of the day, I don't need some kind of like, you know, oppositional corrupt power to counter these corrupt powers. I really just think that, like, truth really does set you free. At the end of the day, they're not afraid for their safety. They're afraid of people finding out of their corruption. They're afraid of the truth. They're afraid of an actual functional society because they've developed themselves off of all these lies and schemes that they tell themselves, and off of, you know, like, exploiting other human beings, and addicted to exploiting other human beings, and targeting other human beings, and fixated and obsessed about it. And, you know, at some level, the simple measure of the very message that I'm even about really isn't that controversial. Like, it's really very simple. And, you know, like, looking at universal human rights, looking at meeting the basic needs, looking at what it would have looked like had people just had those basic measures of human receptivity from the get-go, and then developing along those lines, and just numerous other things that we can talk about, we could sort out. But I just, for the sake of trying to bring some kind of corrective measure, I just needed to try to introduce this whole thing, this whole strange occurrence. And I think, God, this is like going on 5 hours. I can't believe it. I was telling myself, you know, like, I'm even losing my voice at this point. I'm even like telling myself, like, is this even true? You know, like, I step back and think, it's just so bizarre to think about. You can kind of look at it. You can gauge the story. You can look at the timeline. You can look at the references I made and whatnot. You know, people might say, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like adding further commentary. Like, we kind of got to the point, you know, of some of these things going on. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.